Okay, so today is my yearly little Christmas Skyrim special that I do, and there's a couple reasons why. But basically, just to backtrack on, like, since I came back to streaming in 2021, I've made sort of a rule for whatever weird reason, and it just happened to come about this way, that I only am allowed to play Skyrim on Christmas. So the whole year of 2021, I only played it once, and it was on Christmas. Then, which wasn't a big deal because I wasn't really playing stuff much anyway, and then I only started to play stuff a lot when I came back to streaming in October, so it was like almost the end of the year anyway. But then the entire year of 2022, I didn't play it once except on Christmas, and the same thing here, 2023. But the point is that it's kind of like my Thanksgiving format, where I always do my Red Dead Bounty Hunter series on Thanksgiving. But the exception with that is I can do that series on other times too. Like it's not like I only have to do it there. And I've sometimes done it like in February and random times where you just try to get as much bounty as possible. But for some reason, Skyrim just seems to fit with Christmas. Like it's a snowy kind of game and it just has that winter sort of vibe to it. And the other reason is, I guess, just because it's such an addictive game and so good, and I played it so much in the past and I streamed it so much in the past that I almost felt like I had to restrict it somehow. It's kind of like with WoW. I could just play WoW in one form or another. Season of Discovery or Cataclysm re-release or the current game. Like you could just do it forever, which doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but just to almost set a rule and restrict yourself from getting too addicted and doing it all day, every day, and to kind of give myself a variety of other stuff to play, it seemed like a prudent thing to do. So it's almost like my own Christmas present to myself to be able to play the game, because I don't do it any other time. I don't do it off stream. Like, it's actually kind of impressive that I'm able to do that, but I guess I either am so busy or I just keep myself occupied with other things even when I do stream. So yeah, I haven't played it since last Christmas, and the only thing we've done in these last 3 years is literally those fucking book quests of the college. He'll give you like this radiant quest, the bookkeeper, whose name I can't really say too well, the orc, and he'll like go get this book in some random dungeon, and then I do it like really slow paced, and that's all I do really. So in like 3 years I'd probably get him like 3 fucking books, but that's the whole point of the game. Like I've never beaten the game, and there's still a lot of stuff in the game I don't know or I haven't seen, which is not really how people treat games like this. Like I'm sure that people just look shit up and whatever, but whenever a game is complicated, that tends to happen more. Like it's not saying, oh, Skyrim's so easy, you still don't know how to do such and such, like get master level destruction spells or something. But it's not even about that. It's like nobody would be able to figure everything out in a game like this unless they looked it up, right? Like that's how people treat multiplayer games, like whatever, Path of Exile or something, WoW. But there at least it makes a little more sense because there's a sense of transience, like, oh, the game might go offline, or it's constantly changing and evolving and updates and stuff like that. Or just because of the PvP element or whatever, that encourages it. But it's, in a single player game, it makes even less sense to me to do that. Although I tend not to do it even in multiplayer games. It's like, I don't care if it takes me 1,000 hours to figure out something basic, right? Like that's part of the fun and the sense of discovery. So I always like that. So we do it as permadeath as well in this format, but it's like a permadeath session. So it's a bit of a flexible thing. It's not like if I die, I have to delete my character, because that would be too harsh for a game like this where you spend literally hundreds of hours in it. But what it means is I can only make progress if I don't die. So like wherever I start at the beginning of the session, if I die at any point, I go back there and I'm not saving it at all at any point until the very end. So if I die 4 hours in and then I only make 1 hour of progress after that, that's all I get to save. And so what's funny about that is in the 3 years, not only have I only just gone to get books, but I probably maybe even made less progress than that. Like I'm sure I at least got 1 book each time or something. Or maybe the first one I didn't do that. That might have just been last year that I made a point to do the books. I was just kind of wandering around maybe the first time. But, I mean, you're kind of wandering around on the way to the book. So it kind of shows you, like, the real adventure isn't that, oh, I'm trying to do the book quest. It's just, it gives me some sort of overall goal to get to. But on the way, I'll get distracted and sidetracked and do all kinds of other things. That's the whole point. But basically, it's a case where if I die, I don't make any progress. I go back to the beginning. Not that we're really trying to make any meaningful progress anyway, just getting fucking books or whatever. But it is kind of a fun little flexible permadeath alteration format that is more suited to a game like this. You know, you could just do a straight up permadeath where I just do like a permadeath run of the game, but I don't really want to do that right now. But, and I couldn't even do it because I haven't beaten the game, so I wouldn't want it to be like that. So I could still do a first playthrough permadeath of Skyrim, even though I have over 1,000 hours played. It's still a first playthrough because I haven't beaten it and I still don't know so many things about it. So it's a little bit unique, that I feel like most people don't really play stuff like this, but this is the kind of game that's very well suited for it. Like even Dark Souls, where I made like 6 concurrent characters of every class, or like different character classes that I made myself, and each one had to face up against like a different lord for the first time. So my first encounter with Nito was on the mage, and my first encounter with Seath was on like the hunter or somebody. Like, so everybody had their own little first encounter of a thing. Now, that also means that you're playing through the game very laboriously on all these different characters, but when the game is so good, it almost justifies that. Whereas this game flies in the face of that. You can play that same amount of time, but you do it all on one character, so you don't have to do the same stuff over and over. And there's a lot of things in this game I just haven't done, like the Dark Brotherhood quest, or the whatever, Thieves Guild, and all these kind of other things. I've done the college and the companion stuff, I guess, are the only two. I assume what I continue at would be the same, whatever. We'll be in the college, we're the archmage, whatever, in the quarters and stuff. So I always start off by like doing a obligatory set of gear. Like I'll choose, this will be my playstyle this time. I can't even remember. Like I'll use a bow, or I'll make some sort of hybrid combination thing that I'm doing. But yeah, this is always a fun thing to do. Level 64 doesn't seem actually that high. But at some point, I just start using the same things over and over because that's just what I want to do. Like, you get your destruction to 100. Now I could go into legendary whatever territory, but I don't want to do that. You kind of want to enjoy the level 100 that you got, so then it kind of becomes less about leveling. But let's see what I was actually using last time. Yeah, that's my only thing, is like, you know, that you could play a game for 1,000+ hours and still not know everything, or not even know close to everything. But that's a good thing. Or, again, people would turn it into some sort of weird ego thing, like, oh, haha, I figured this out faster than you. Which, again, maybe you did, or probably you did, but who cares? It's like, people care too much sometimes about the result rather than the experience itself. Like, you're not really proving anything either way. It's like, haha, I'm better at Skyrim than you. It's like, it's not one of those kind of games that you would think about like that. But what is weird about this is, obviously, you know, we're fucking 12 years into this game being out, and you still don't have part 6. So that's like a disturbing tendency with both GTA 5 to 6 and Elder Scrolls 5 to 6. Regardless of how much money or effort or time they put into it, or how good it's going to be, and it better be good at this point, obviously, it doesn't make sense that it should take that long. Like, San Andreas was a great game, and so was GTA 4, and so was GTA 5, but the average time between them was like 4 to 5 years. All of a sudden now it goes from 5 to 10 years for no reason other than they're just lazy, or they're milking the online and trying to do shark cards and stuff like that. It's the same thing with this IP. A little bit different, but they're trying to milk Elder Scrolls Online and Elder Scrolls Legends and all these kind of other things from it, from all the money they made from Skyrim, because it was so good of a game. But that kind of sets the wrong precedent, right? It's like, whenever somebody becomes truly successful, like one of these companies, they actually go down the wrong path. They kind of lose their way and forget what got them there almost. I don't know how this shit always happens. I don't feel like I would have done that randomly. Somebody's been in here fucking with my shit in the 1 year that I've been passed out in hibernation. We could almost make like an RP explanation for that. Like, the Archmage gets up only once a year and he goes out to get a book or something to flex his legs. But I'm like some sort of mythical creature who has to remain dormant for 364 days of the year, and I can only come out this one day to make sure everything's going well in the college, and if somebody else took over, then I have to kill them and do all this kind of shit. So it's like you're some sort of guardian or peacekeeper. I'm trying to think of an example from a universe, but you only awake once in a while, whenever the need arises or something like that, because we become so powerful that we don't even need to, you know, do everyday things anymore. Although we are on legendary difficulty, of course, so whatever that's worth. The one thing you really should restrict is healing, because that becomes kind of cheese. Like, you can switch out and heal and just kind of abuse that. But then again, the amount of time it takes is sometimes disqualifying too. Like, you won't have that much time in the heat of combat or something. So let me see what I have and then decide what playstyle I want to go with here. Let's see. And yeah, I don't really like to even use any mods. I think I tried one session many years ago where I used mods. And you know what the effect with mods is psychologically? It doesn't mean they don't make it better objectively or anything like that. It means that, like, I experienced this in like Torchlight 2 or whatever, where there's like all these custom fan-made classes that you could make. So it would let you play as like a different character class with different abilities and everything, you know, that you would never have otherwise. So there's like a million of those, and so it becomes like it's too much. So it doesn't mean it's bad, but it's like you could just get addicted and like, oh, let me try every single one of these classes, and there's no limit to it. And so it becomes a problem. Or like the same thing here. There's a million different mods and a million different things that like change everything. So like, how do you know when to stop or what's right or what's kind of, so like just having the innate experience is still so good and so gratifying over such a long period of time that I almost don't even mind it. So this is where I keep a lot of my gear in here, like different sets of gear basically. So main thing, maybe I'll stick to the same one that I had, but I almost don't want to. I should focus more on like a bow. I almost want to do that. I'll like almost play like with a sneak and a bow, which is really bad in the overworld because it doesn't work. Absorb 9 points of health. I don't know exactly even what I was doing here, but the main telltale sign is the gear. Like you would have to, it was all like the shield and stuff. Like I'm not going to be lazy in a sense like, oh, I'm going to use the same playstyle 2 years in a row because I'm too lazy to equip or unequip all this shit. Right, like that's that's taking it too far. It's one thing if it's just like a normal session of something I do on a regular basis, but I'll definitely change all this here. Hang on. Ebony, Mace of the Inferno. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. And what's sad about this is like some games don't have third and first person. Even a game like this, which doesn't really need it, it could be one or the other and it'd be fine. But right, like that's where Bethesda sometimes does things a little bit above and beyond. Like for example, being able to pick up objects and move them around. That mechanic is a big deal, and it takes a lot for every object in the world to be both a physical thing that you can actually see on the ground and interact with. Right, like how most games would be like, you would see like a imaginary bag on the ground, like we see this in Ark Survival Evolved, right? It's like a bag or a box or something. You don't get to see every single individual item represented in the world. It might not seem like a big deal, but it probably took a lot of work for them to do that, and they didn't have to do it. It was the same thing with third and first person. Like so many games don't have that option when they just simply could. Like, how does it hurt? It's more important for shooters and things like that, but I mean, technically, you can turn this into a shooter if you're just using your bow and stuff, but I almost want one that I can dump my stuff in that I'm currently wearing, but then it'll get too confusing. Let me see what I can actually do here. Fuck. It's going to get too loaded here. Maybe I can put this somewhere else as we walk around our quarters naked. Yeah, like, there's so many different things I did with this game over time, like there were RP elements, there were hard mode elements, permadeath elements, there were, just like a blind first playthrough, a story game, action game, like all these different things in one that this game can just encompass so easily. That it's very, very unique that way. And there's so many Bethesda games that I still haven't played. That's kind of the whole trope of all of them for me. It's like I always play them for obscene amounts of time, but I never beat any of them because, you know what I mean? That almost, in a way, it almost hurts the experience. If I was to beat it, then I'd feel maybe less likely to play it or less immersed in it. Whereas here, like, there's some sort of vague notion in the background, like, oh, you still have Alduin to take on, or you still have whatever the story to beat. And even that's kind of a spoiler that Alduin's the last boss, because I barely got anywhere in the story, I don't think. Like, they mention him, but you wouldn't know for sure whether he would actually be the final boss. I'm confused as to what I'm even trying to do here. I was thinking I want to look at my gear, but I keep getting sidetracked. I want to use a bow. So let's go with our full bow gear, right? As far as whatever I think, or like, let me put in what I want to put in. Hang on. So Daedric bow is decent, although, yeah, like I should do a bow and like a two-hander so we don't get any defensive pussy stuff. So if they get close, I have to go full aggro, and so that discourages you from doing that. I have a lot of arrows, but you can never really have enough. You're not even allowed to use a one-hander here, I'll say. No one-hander, no shield. We'll make like a mini little character class here. I don't know why I even have some of this. Like what? Some of this might have been just stuff I looted that I kept for some reason, so I'll put that somewhere else. This is meant to be like all gear that's actually good in some way. And yeah, that's why I'm so concerned that I'm having gear that regenerates my health and absorbs health and stuff, because you're not going to have any healing. I'm not going to be allowed to do that, or you're not going to necessarily have time to do it, let's say. Let's put some of this away in here. This is meant to be like a different, like just a bunch of random shit, although some of this is actually good too. We just have to look through all these different fucking things where I have different sets of gear to decide what I really want. So some of this doesn't seem appropriate to have. Like, I don't know what that is or why I have it. And there was something else too, a staff of mending. There's no reason why we need that. Or you know what was one character class I tried to make in this game where like you're not allowed to fight and you're only allowed to use like healing hands or heal abilities and stuff. And so you would have a companion with you and like they have to do all the fighting and you're just there as their healer. And that kind of was fun. The only problem is you would need like a mod that makes it so that the characters die in a very fixed way like you. It's not fair if they get downed and then you heal them back up, and that becomes abusive. So that's one element of the game that's bad. Like if they go to 0% health, they just die, and you know what I mean? It's on your responsibility to do that, to keep them alive, because when they get down and get back up, it makes it meaningless because it feels like they're invincible and it's kind of a cheese thing. What else do we have here? We want to put in the apparel. So whatever is not to do with either two-handers or mostly arrows, right? That's basically what I want to use. See, all this shit I just got probably on my adventures, or some of it's like for RP purposes, I guess. Increase your health regenerates, magic resistance, stamina. I mean, some of that could arguably be useful for this, but ring of blocking, stamina, health, stamina. I mean, I was playing basically like a tank build, I guess. Magic resist, shield of solitude, increases health, magic, and stamina. Let's put away some of this stuff here. Just keep it nice and clean. See, we'll do all this just to do like one little fucking quest for the guy. To get his little fucking buck. That just shows you the level of commitment that you can have for this shit. The problem with quest items like that is if you never finish quests and you just pick up like 100, you'll get over encumbered from that shit alone, which happens to me all the time in games like WoW or whatever. Like if you just can't destroy it for whatever reason. So yeah, let's look through each of these and we'll decide what has to do with the bow and what is the best. This one's arguably in question. Health, Daedra, 45 points of stamina. I mean, you could do that. Like, we could choose between a couple two-handers for that reason. Right, one that drains health, one that drains stamina, one that drains magicka, even though I won't really be using magicka. 30 points of stamina damage. I don't really remember what that is, but it's probably too weak to be good. 40. That's kind of just like a fun thing to maybe use, but I'm going to end up... Okay, we can't use one-handers at all. That's just going to be the thing. Absorb magicka, but the thing with that is it's kind of like, why would you want to do that? Two-handed attacks do more, but see, I don't... It's going to get confusing. I don't want that because I want everything to do with bows. I'm going to make a... Like, the two-hander is just a last resort, right? I don't really want that. Increases magicka, two-handed attacks. Okay, bows do more. It's confusing because I don't know what I have or what's going to be the best here. There's no way to really organize it like that, or that's why you need bows do 25% more damage, but I probably have one that does a lot more than that. Burns the target for 30, take extra damage. Maybe to have a lot that are like basically the same thing too. Sneaking is better, could be arguably justifiable here. We're not going to summon anything, that's kind of a cheese. Everything just has so much health. But yeah, we should take the whole sneaking thing too. One-handed attack, so we'll basically just take everything that seems relevant and then we'll decide from it there. Because it's too confusing to do it like this. Health regenerates, can be improved, and there's like some kind of cheese or bug that you can do with this, like where you keep stacking the effects so you can make your gear infinitely better. Two-handed attacks, increase your stamina, magicka, bows, big pocket success, magicka. Okay, so now we still have to go through every single other one to be able to decide what I want to do here. Increases your health, increases your stamina, burns the target, two-handed attacks, does 22 stamina damage, which is kind of good because if you drain their stamina completely, they kind of get paralyzed, I think, the same way as the ones that actually say that they paralyze them, right? So you can kind of do it more reliably that way, even if it takes a really long time to get there. Which is not really how it works for you. Like, if your stamina is completely drained, you know, you don't just fall over or something. Kuma, Sleeping Tree Sap. Okay, there wasn't really much in there, thankfully. I don't know why some random shit is there, like Necromancer's Robes and stuff. Maybe that one I didn't actually do myself. That could have just been already here or something. Or yeah, that's what people often complain about in games like this. Like, there's just too much shit to pick up, but it's like... it's different than games like Path of Exile or Diablo, I guess, because it's not like every 5 seconds you kill something and you get an upgrade. Maybe a little bit at the beginning, but a lot of what you're picking up is either like reagents for crafting or just like decorative stuff or like books and stuff. Like, so you're not really getting meaningful gear upgrades every like 5 seconds the way that those games do it, like Borderlands or something. Especially deadly to elves, like that's really going to come into play. Although the damage values of some of these are kind of wonky because of the fact that, you know, they're kind of close to all being the same. Absorb stamina. Okay, Shield of Solitude is fine. Frost resist, health, magicka. Wabbajack we're not going to use. Does 45. Okay, now that is a two-hander at least. Resistance again. So this is like Batman suiting up in his little bat cave before he goes out for his adventure after a year of fucking hibernation somehow, after recovering from our injuries from last time. Or this almost makes me want to continue my Oblivion series, that Coliseum manager thing, or the champion, like where you're, it's permadeath in a fixed sense. Like if you die, the whole run is over. But like I'll make a character and then you get through you become the arena champion, so that in itself is difficult to not do without dying once. Then once you are, your only responsibility in the run is every week in game you have to do the weekly event where you fight the thing, whatever, the challenge in the arena. And so every time you can't die, so you would spend like the whole week just like gearing up and charging your staff back up and doing all this kind of stuff, just all for the fixed goal of like that's your job in the world, is to continue to be the arena champion. Burns for 18 points. Absorb 30 points. I can't do that. Burns for 6. Like, I'm not going to worry about thinking about it right now, but one-handed attacks block 14% more. Has a small chance to kill instantly. I've almost never used that. One-handed attacks do more. One-handed attacks do more. Two-handed attacks do more. Animals take 20 points. I mean, you could have something optimal for every little fucking thing. Which I guess I didn't appreciate this itemization as much early on in the game, but then you start to realize how insane it can get. Like, you really could have something optimal for every situation, not just for every set of gear, but like you could have a two-handed set for light armor, then for heavy armor, then for fighting animals, like that effect, or whatever. Like, it goes so deep if you really wanted to. A lot of it you wouldn't feel is really necessary, but does 20 points of damage increase to 50. Empowered the dreams collected from sleeping people. I love mechanics like this that are just so specific. Like, I've never really fucked around with it much, but it's just so, you know, you could have a whole little fucking experience just trying to do that. Increase your health by 21. Health regenerates 30% faster. Bows do 10% more, which is not going to be the best one of that kind. I mean, I should kind of maybe know this a little better, but then again, when I only play it once a year, what do you really expect? Increases your stamina, increases your health. It seems like a lot more people stream on Christmas or on days like this than maybe in the past. It used to be like nobody really cared that much or whatever. Like, even, especially big streamers wouldn't do it. But now it's become so ubiquitous where it's like streaming is almost like a reality TV show where everybody wants to see everything everyone's doing. So, you know, it's become more normalized to do that. It's kind of a bad thing. I mean, people don't have to be that hardcore about it. Says me, who does it every day, but you know what I mean. Like, I just do it because I do it, not, I don't know. I guess it's easy to say that, but then again, it's not. It's like I do it because whatever. I would do it no matter what. So that's at least maybe a little more authentic than somebody who's doing it like who's making money from it. Like, that's your job. So even whatever your job might be, it doesn't mean you have to do it on fucking Christmas Day, which I still do that too, but increases heavy armor, so just look for bow related stuff. Immune to disease and poison. Increases your health. Or like there'll be some bug that sort of hard locks me from actually beating the game in this run because I played it for so long, or just naturally that can happen. And so there'll be like some kind of thing where it's like you'll be like thousands of hours into this playthrough in this character and you'll realize, oh, it's bugged out and you can't even beat the game because you did so many weird sequence breaking type of things and you completely just overwhelmed the whole universe because of how crazy, I don't know, how you like suck the whole world dry of every little experience you could possibly have, which is a good thing, but I mean, it's just a lot. Let's see. Just look for stuff that has to do with the bow. I feel like this one has a lot of shit in there, and a lot of it is not going to be even gear. So it's kind of annoying that we have to do this. Like, I definitely didn't organize this particularly well, but most of my valuable stuff is going to be in this room, I think. or like most of my sets of gear. So the Archmage's quarters are like our true home here. In fact, I haven't really been to any other one in a while, I don't think, in literally years, but that doesn't mean much. Yeah, in front of your chat, dead, the fucking skull emoji. This is so funny, haha. I don't know why that became such a big deal all of a sudden. Just like end every sentence with a skull, and that makes it funnier. Let's see if there's something of note here. I doubt it. But I like those wall spells a lot. Let's see. Flame Atronach, Mending, Sapphire Necklace, Light Armor Seal. Prices are better. Disease resistance 100%. Magic Regenerate, Stamina. Okay, that wasn't too bad. So the only other thing maybe is this one, which I don't know whether there's a ton of shit in here. Holy fuck. Or yeah, this one actually seems more focused on actual meaningful gear. So that middle cupboard behind me was not very good. Holy shit. Yeah, this is about as vanilla as you can get, aside from it being, I guess, a special edition, which I can barely tell the difference really what it is. But the saves kind of integrate and everything. Obviously, they would have to, but just look for anything to do with bows or a bow itself, I guess. Absorb 9 points of health, I guess. I'll be over encumbered here. Increases magic resistance. If target dies, burns the target. Absorb 15 points of health. Magic regenerates 80% faster as the heavy armor, though. Target dies, full of soul gems, absorb 9 points. Can't even use that. Alteration spells. Daedric bow. I guess I could put another thing on there, like some sort of enchant to actually make it meaningful, but yeah, that's the kind of unique thing. Like, I want a shield that increases my bow's strength, even though it doesn't make sense. Like a two-handed weapon that makes your bow do more damage. But how does that make sense if you know what I mean? Like, you would have to put it away just to, yeah, it can swim without drowning. More like, and why is it even orcish? Like, but I mean, like, just AKA being an Argonian, which I am anyway. Crossbows I'm almost never used. Bows do 30% more. This is not organized in any meaningful way. Like, it's just a bunch of shit. Like, whatever I have that's best is going to be between one of these, but that's 37 points of stamina damage. Target takes up to 25 to health and stamina. Deplete does 40 points of magic damage. It's got to be a two-hander. Okay, I know that's definitely not worth it. 18 points of shock damage, half as much magic damage. Like, you could find uses for stuff like this, but I'm not going to be that anal about it. One-handed attacks do more. Sneaking is 10% better. 30 points. Like, this will take me a whole fucking session's worth just to go through this, but it's worth it because I'll go and do an epic mission outside. But, like, we'll have to walk there on foot, and if I die, like, no fast traveling, nothing like that. If I die, I have to restart here, but at least I'll save it after I do this part, for the fuck's sake. Like, you know, and like, that much is fine, but other than that, breaking my little permanent thing already. Target takes something, doesn't matter. A lot of this stuff is not going to be gear. Like, how does it organize? It almost seems to do it like that, but now I don't know. Like, by different classes of stuff. So it did the gear first, now it's going to do the books and whatnot. What is that one? Mythic Dawn commentaries. No, fuck. I didn't mean to pick it up, I just meant to look at it. Okay, a lot of potions, which I never even use. A lot of this stuff is like, oh, I'll sell it someday for money, but I don't even need money because, although, you know what I've done is it's kind of like the high life luxury adventure type of thing. I'll buy soul gems so I never have to fill them again. So any amount of gold I get, I just use it to buy soul gems that are already full, so I never have to, you know, go out of my way to do that because it's just kind of annoying. You just have an infinite supply of those, even though they're overpriced and super expensive and you could easily get them yourself. It's just one of those quality of life things that you can do, and there's nothing really to spend money on that makes it too meaningful either. So, like, you know, you end up with way too much money when you played for this long. There almost should be like special things that they added in the DLC or something, like 1,000,000 gold for some stupid cosmetic that makes your character look like transparent or like a ghost or something. That's almost like a single player skin type of thing. 1,000,000 gold for like horse armor or something, you know, and you might think, oh, what's the point? But it just gives you something to sort of work towards, even if it's not going to impact your gameplay, or even if it does. Like I remember there was that staff in that Coliseum run, even like the same thing, however you say it, apothesis or something. And you know what I mean? Like you look at that and you want to save for it. Although that wasn't really that expensive. It's just like you want always something to work towards. And for a game that is so replayable that you're gonna play for thousands of hours and get like millions of gold probably collectively, it does feel like you should probably, yeah, 2% more damage. It does feel like you should probably have something more to work towards that way. Heal the target for 6%, both do 2% more damage. Speechcraft, one of the disappointments of this game, actually, despite how amazing obviously it is the speech system wasn't actually all that good and didn't seem all that fleshed out. Let's see. Okay, so that should finally be it. Now it's just a question of what do I want to put away that I think is not going to be relevant here. It's going to be very confusing because I shouldn't put it there because most of it is not going to be that good, right? Whatever I have is going to be like I should just look through it and it's going to be confusing though. Like whatever is a two-hander, I'll just fuck around and just use some of them, I guess. I want to use some of these unique ones though that are there just for whatever. I guess I'll put it in here. Okay, let's go by weapons. Like what is something I'm not going to use? Like the damage value on that is simply too low. But maybe I should do it like contextually. Like if I fight an animal, I should use that. Absorb 9 points, burns for 18. I can't really afford to have this many of them though. Absorb 15. Absorb. Okay, so these two are the same at least. Absorb 15 versus absorb 15. This is kind of fucking stupid though because some of these are not strong enough. Right, that at least burns them. So let's see if we have something better than that. Absorbs 9 points. Does 45 points of stamina. Does 40 points of magic, so they're all different. Absorb 11 points of magic. Now, didn't we just have that? Absorb 9 points of health. I guess we don't have one like that. Absorb versus just deal it. And absorb 11. Do 40. Okay, burns the target for 16 versus burns the target for, where was it? Burns the target for 18 and 34. So this one's worse in every way. Usually the ones that are favorited are probably going to be obviously the best, but maybe they're not. Petrifying is paralyzed, 45 points of stamina damage. Now let's compare. Is there one that, this is so hard to do. Does 45 points of stamina damage. It's a 49 damage thing. 45 points, it's 40 damage. I almost like how this looks though, to where I would want to use it somehow. It's just not that good. Absorb 11 points of stamina. Now, one of them was dealing damage, but does it actually drain it too? I guess not. Absorb. Okay, absorb 9 points of health. Now we're back to square one here. Absorb 15 points of health, so we don't need that. Get rid of that, unless the damage value is substantially better or something. Burns the target for 37 points. That might be the best damage effect you have on a two-hander. Assuming I'm even going to hotkey all this shit and actually use it actively, but just whatever. Takes 25% damage, or 25 to health and stamina. Does 37 points. Now I'm getting confused maybe with the archetypes of whether it's a bow or a two-hander. Or I shouldn't really have this many two-handers anyway. But maybe I should, I don't know. So let's look at this again. You got 37 points of stamina damage for a bow. What bows do I even have up here? Paralyze, absorb, do magicka damage, magicka. I feel like I might have already fucked up because I might have confused an effect. Like, oh, I have one like this, but I have a two-hander, not a bow. Burns them for 37. Which, I don't know if I have one like that for just the bow. I guess we don't. 37. It takes 18 shock damage for S Magicka. Like, some of this stuff is comically stupid. It does 22 points of stamina. Now, didn't we have something that was just better than that? Yeah. So get rid of that. Rueful Axe does 30 points of stamina. Especially deadly to elves. And it does do a good amount regardless. So maybe I will make a point to use that. Does 30 points of stamina. So now what did we have those better than that? Does 45 points of stamina. This is so fucking much that you would have to go through to do this, but this is kind of good. This is like a single player raiding type of environment where you're trying to, okay, so let's look at helmets, for example, 35%, right? So you obviously want You obviously want that one. So let's see anything else for the helmet. 35% versus 35%. Why is... I forget how this exactly works. It almost makes it seem like you can use both, but you can't. 14% is irrelevant. Let's just go through all the head pieces, I guess. Sneaking is fine. We'll use that as a different thing, kind of. Bows do 10% more damage is garbage. Bows do 30% more is not quite enough. So we have the 35s, 35 and 35. I'd have to decide which one of these I really like, or I'll try to wear both. There'll be some new interaction that I realize that I never knew existed before, that you can actually wear both, but I know you can't. This one's fine for stealth purposes. The sneaking is fine. Let's look for necklaces. Okay, that's 15%. That's just like a quest item. Sneaking is better. To look for a necklace. Bows do 10% more versus how much even was that? Bows do 15% more. That's fine. Well, even the sneak stuff could end up doubling up too. Bows do 2% more damage is obviously not going to be a thing. Look for a ring that does more than 14%. Sneaking is 15% better. I guess there weren't really as many as I thought, though once you narrow it down to just such a specific playstyle. So what else is left? Sneaking is better. Sneaking is better. Okay, bows do 25% more. There's nothing even to do with that, I guess, glove-wise. That's got to be the best. Sneaking is 15% better. Sneaking is better. So let's just go through the sneak stuff then once. So you have a chest piece, but that has like a unique effect anyway. So let's boots 10%. Boots 25%, so we can get rid of that. Not like we have to wear a fixed set of something, like all glass or all something like that. Then what else? You have sneaking 20% better, necklace. Yeah, that's the only one we have. And then sneaking ring 15% better. Fine. And then what else? This is what it could turn into, like an ASMR fucking gear, whatever. Gearing up for battle, ASMR Skyrim session. But this is the kind of stuff I would end up doing. See, there were two tropes of that whole thing. Like, oh, the quiet gamer or whatever my whole style of doing things was. On one hand, I would be like super thorough like this with everything. Like I could spend an hour fucking just doing this. But on the flip side, I would also be kind of quiet or whatever, like with at least with my delivery. But also I would talk a lot less too. But that, or like, I don't know, it would just kind of take on a form because you're taking your time so much doing it, but you're also doing it so like whatever, immersively, or you're like really doing it almost like an RP sense. The necklace of sneaking is fine. Bows, sneaking, helmet, sneaking boots, sneaking ring, sneaking necklace. How do I not have a double there? I don't get it. Bows. Okay, so you have boots. There's no other boots that have to do with that. Or no, wait, there is. Leather boots of major sneaking, 25%. Sneaking is 25% better. Sneaking is 25% better. Sneaking is 25% better. Just get rid of that. So then what? You have the hood. You don't have another. I don't know why I'm getting so confused by this. Bows do 25% more damage. Sneaking necklace, sneaking ring, and sneaking boots, sneaking helmet. Okay, everything's good with that. Now we can gear up in one way or the other. Let's almost try to start with the sneaking idea. Although we'll be so sneaky that even the librarian won't see us. Or that's how we hibernate so well here. For such long periods of time. We go into some sort of stasis or whatever. We're doing some sort of experiment. Yeah, somebody couldn't just kill us in our sleep as we're doing that. So we'll try to figure out with some of these favorites maybe what I want to do. Most of this shit I probably will end up not actually even using. Let me do my gear first, I guess. So yeah, we'll go, or no, let's go to I don't know, actually that's a hard decision. Like, should I do bow damage or should I do sneak? Because even if I do sneak, it's not going to matter because everything's going to have so much health that I will actually still do it though. You're able to move more quietly. That looks pretty badass even just by itself there. Or like if I don't have something to fill a slot, but I think I will pretty much fill all the slots. Sneaking, Sneaking. Sneaking. So what didn't I do? I have a chest piece, I have a necklace, I have a ring, I have that, I have that. So the only thing I don't have like is gloves, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like that, you just almost out of necessity. That's going to take off the shrouded hood. Bows, we have that. We have a necklace. We have this. You have a ring. Of course, you can only wear one of them, even though you have 2 ring fingers. Right, like that almost is something you should be able to at least dual wield. Or you can have one for each fucking finger. That's how you make any RPG fantasy type of character super overpowered. Problem with this is your tail is like a dead giveaway no matter how much you try to sneak. Or some classes it's just not as suited for, really. Or maybe that's just what my style of play should be, is the path of least resistance. Your eyes are kind of creepy. Some kind of Bigfoot sighting in the woods. This is what you see. Some clickbait fucking video in 2023. This is what it would be. What else do we have? Okay, let's look at the weapons. And we're gonna have to, or like those are the 2 quality of life things that you do with your excess surplus gold. Once you play this game for thousands of hours, you never have to worry about crafting arrows or making anything like that. You can just buy an infinite number of arrows everywhere you go and just spam them and never worry about it. Whereas before you'd have to worry about looting them or finding them or whatever, just crafting them yourself. Here you just have so much money you can just dump it, assuming the shops have enough, which normally they do. And the same thing with soul gems, especially the ones that you fill up your, like you don't have to ever fill them up, even if they're crazy overpriced and stuff. So what we could do is we could burns the target for 18. So many fucking things, dude. Bow of shocks, like some of these I'm just not going to use. That's the thing. I'm just not even worried about it. Lethargy takes 25 of both. I mean, I guess you could put all this stuff on favorites. Just put everything on there. And then I'll decide from there what hotkey is what. Dwarven bow if depleting. I don't really care even what ammo we use. Like whatever runs out, it just automatically goes to another one. But you could also do that as an extension of the quality of life thing. You could afford the best arrows all the time and never have to do anything or worry about it. So let's check here. You only have 8 keys despite having a keyboard. It's almost like this is something that's dumbed down for console. But even the 8 keys would still be more than you would ever have on console. It's just a case where I don't know why they don't let you use other things, or obviously, you know, I won't even know what Daedric bow is what, though. This is the problem. Fuck. Or I should at least be allowed to shout. Right, I should be able to use, but I'm the quiet gamer, so I shouldn't be allowed to shout. I don't know which one exactly I'd want to do, though. Drain Vitality, it should almost be this one. Is unknown, fooling those and seeking it out, because we are playing like almost so stealth focused here for whatever reason. So let me see what I want to do. Daedric bow, which one is this, though? I don't even know. It's like the fire one, I guess. So the bow should be the main event. Okay, so let's say we want this one as number 1. What is number 4? Is that not the same one or what? Oh no, that's absorb health, which is still relevant, but it's not as big of a deal. That is going to be the damage dealer more so than number 1, right? I feel like that's super top heavy. Like you're doing 43 plus 18, which doesn't seem that crazy, but it's still better than whatever most things that I have. The most of that stuff doesn't bother me too much. I almost had the shouts here, like I was placing an emphasis on that. Depleting could be like number 6 or something. That ebony bow, I don't really know which one this is. We almost have to double check here. This is going to be either drains mana, which I don't even need. Absorb magic, so let's do that on like 7. We'll just do like 1 2-hander, I guess. We're not even gonna have enough room for all this shit. That's the thing. Battle axe, bow of blizzards, bow of lethargy could be like 4. Last blow of the blaze, which I'll have to double check what that is. Why do I even have it? Is it better than what I'm using now? That's 37 plus 34. The one I'm doing now is actually, that's debatably better, right? 37 plus 34, depending which damage value you value more. It does only 6 less here, but it does way more there. So that actually is better. The glass blow of the blade, unless I'm misreading it. Or no, it's not 37, it's 34. And of course, a lot of your modifiers are related to bow damage, not the magic damage, so it's kind of hard to say whether that actually is better or not. Ice Form, Ice Storm, Incinerate, Orcish Bow of Shocks, don't really care too much about that. Unrelenting Force, Wall of Flames, Wuthrad. Let's actually just use that for whatever fucking stupid reason, despite all the effects and other things I have. Our carry weight is kind of too high, so I guess since I basically decided what I'm doing, then I will maybe put everything else away. But now I'm not even going to know necessarily what, because like, oh, if it's favorited, but everything is fucking favorited now. The shocks I don't really care too much about, right? A lot of the two-handers I don't really care about. I'll have to debate between which of these two is really better, right? Like whether I want the fire damage or that. So I'll maybe keep that. Lethargy is fine. Blizzards, I don't know if I actually did that or not. Elven Bow of Blizzards. I guess I decided not to do it. Let's go here. This is really complicated to do. Not that you really have to do this at all, but whatever. We'll just do it once and then we'll be set for the year. And then we'll have to worry about it next. Does 37 points, burns the target for 37. I guess I'm just not using some of this. Although that seems like it could be pretty good. No, we're going to use one that does damage to elves, like that really fucking matters. Or this one seems very thematic, though, because you'll run out of stamina with your bow, and then they'll get to you, and then you need to get it back, kind of, I guess. Paralyze the target we do have. Absorb, I think we have. Ebony Bow, but there'll be too many of them, so I won't know. 7, that's going to be... Okay, the Drain Magic one, I guess, or it could be still the one that just does magic damage. Okay, Daedric Bow is fine. 18. Absorb health. Absorb 15 points of health. It's at least relevant to do. There's no real reason to have this one, though, because I'm just trying to have enough room to actually do something. Pick up some stuff. So if you look at it, I should probably still give more room for some of these other ones. So number 1 is going to be like for some of the two-handers, but I don't really want to use the two-hander. That's the thing. So 1 is going to be the one that does a good amount of damage there. 2 is going to be the one that absorbs health. 3 is apparently going to be this, which I don't know how that happened, actually. Absorb 15 points of health. This is going to be something to do with stamina. This is also something to do with stamina. Maybe one that damages it, one that absorbs it. This is also the same thing. One that damages, one that absorbs it, I guess. So 6 would be like this one. Does 40 points and absorbs. And this is Wuthrad. So let me double check. Okay, this does just the max amount of damage. This absorbs health. This is going to be, let's see what 4 and 5 are. So this one does stamina damage. And this one is like the paralyzed one. Actually, I don't think it absorbs it. Yeah, where's the one that absorbs stamina then? And one of these does a ton of magic damage, and one of them absorbs the magic damage. Yeah, that's the only thing I'm not seeing. In all that, we looked through all the bows, and you're trying to tell me I don't have a bow that absorbs stamina? That seems insane. I'll have to go through it all again to find that. Huh. And it wouldn't even necessarily tell you here. Like, depleting is one thing, or this is even for magic, but in general, it's like everything would be, let me just double check once. It would just have to be a bow that absorbs stamina rather than simply doing stamina damage. I feel like maybe I don't have one, despite the insane amount of shit that I do have. I could always just enchant something, but then I don't know whether it would be really good enough. Like, even though some of the ones I have, like, oh, it only absorbs like 9 health or something. So it could be like it's not a very strong effect, but as long as the effect is there, burns the target for 30 points. Some of those damage values are confusing because, again, which one do you value more? You probably should value the one that's like, obviously, the higher base damage of the bow itself, but That's not, yeah, see, like that one you could just do. It's actually an interesting point to address right now. What kind of soul gems are we looking at here? Black soul gem, empty, common soul. I don't want to do it with like a shitty one because shouldn't like a greater soul be good enough? I guess this bow is pretty valuable though, so I shouldn't really fuck around with it, but I'm also too lazy to fill my own soul gems. Like, you think I'm gonna actually go out there and do that? Item, Daedric bow, enchantment would be absorb stamina. Absorb 12 points would be perfectly fine, actually. That's probably better than whatever else I have anyway. Like, absorb 9 points of health or something. Artificer, make a smith item, an enchanted item, and a potion. Why am I getting that now, though? Like, I've never done that in thousands of hours of playing. Like, what the fuck? I don't know how he keeps track of stuff like that. That would always happen, like, when I would play Half-Life. Like, every time it would give me achievements like I've never played the game before, but it's, like, the same account and everything. Wait, let me double-check this again once more. So it should be deal damage. It should be number 3, actually, that we put that on then. It'll be the Daedric bow that we just got, which may or may not be favorited. Actually, probably isn't favorited. This one. So either I just didn't have one or I couldn't find it. So what is the one that absorbs magic and how much does it actually do? Absorb 11. That's pretty much in the realistic parameters of the other amounts, right? Like 11 or 12. It's not a lot, but it's at least good enough to show the effect. So Daedric bow here. Now we have it in a very organized, systematic way. Where 1 is going to do the damage, 2 is going to absorb health, 3 is going to absorb stamina, 4 should absorb magic, I guess. Right, just so we know where everything is. Now I forgot though. Is it this one then that is absorbing magic? The 7? It's so confusing when they're the same name too, which I should probably give it like a different name. Okay, so that means this one should be 4. Right, so it goes health, stamina, magic, because magic's not really that important. In fact, I'm not going to be using magic at all, so I don't see why you would even need that. So let me just skip that then. So 5 could become 4, because that'll be like to stun them. And then 6 could become 5, get rid of their magic. And then 7 could become 6, which is what? I guess there is no 7. We could put up the other 7 is here, and then 8 is the other one, Wuthrat. But then again, one of these I'd want to like give me stamina or something. Like, draining health there is nice and all, but it's just not that big of a deal. Alright, so this is deal the most amount of damage with the fire thing, whatever. This one is absorb health. This one is absorb stamina. This one is try to paralyze them. This one is take away their magic, not really drain it. The 6 we don't have anything. 7 we have absorb health, and 8 we have whatever, just because I feel like using that for some reason. So the one that we're missing is 6. So which one out of these would make sense here? Disarm, drain vitality. Okay, ebony bow. Which one is this now? This one could be the drain magic, which I don't want. Absorb magic again. We're not going to use magic as far as I can tell, unless there's some other weird stealthy type of ability that we want to go for, which there really isn't right now. So we look at like so mostly we have the sneak gear on though, not the actual bow damage gear on. So what was I saying? Okay, this is fine. Ebony Warhammer is what? This one could be like you're absorbing stamina or something. Absorb 11 points of stamina. That's arguably worth doing, assuming there's nothing else there. Elven Ball of Lethargy is going to be just doing stamina damage, which actually maybe it should be that. So maybe this one could be 6. This one could be 5. I'm more concerned about just the stamina related stuff. You could decide on this, like whether you want to use this one for stamina, which kind of makes sense, but then again, it's hard to decide because what you're trying to do is you're saying like, okay, you shoot your bow a bunch and they get close to you, so now you have to bring out your two-hander to fight them, you know, weapon to weapon. But the problem is that what do you want to use at that point? Do you want to drain their stamina so you can run away, or so you can... That kind of makes more sense, but then I don't know if health will become a factor too. So So whatever. Okay, let's recap one last time. Okay, that's damage, absorb health, absorb stamina, deal stamina damage, paralyze, whatever, deal stamina damage, and then deal magic damage, and then just whatever, these two. For some reason, you have that. So which one was I not sure about? This is clearly absorb health. This should be the one that is paralysis, or no, this absorbs stamina first. Then this one is paralysis, I think. Yeah, that can paralyze them. And then what else do we have? Or is that just the same one? Lethargy, deal stamina damage. And then that one's just deal magic damage. And then we can obviously put on 8 the other thing if I really want to. Let me actually charge up my soul gems and everything too. Or yeah, you could try a pugilist build or whatever the fuck it's called. Just for like you go only bare fist the whole time. Which maybe makes sense on a Khajiit or something where you actually have decent claw damage. But I wonder how viable that would really be. That always looks pretty badass. So let's look for, okay, all the soul gems here. So we have a ton of them as it is. Go ahead and use that. This is the luxury that you have. I'll just have 1,000,000 of these. I can go out and buy more. Nothing else to really spend your money on. Oh, fuck. I didn't probably have to use that one on there, but it's okay. Yeah, it just renders that whole mechanic sort of redundant in a way. So let's go ahead and get the book quest. And then we just go out on a big adventure. That maybe took a little bit longer than I normally would want it to. Or like sometimes these sessions haven't been that long. Like the first year I think I only played for like maybe 2 hours, and that was the whole year worth of Skyrim stuff. And so if I spend an hour in here, maybe I didn't spend that long, but this one I expect to at least be a little bit longer. So let's see what happens. Just the one thing you almost can't do is tab out though. Right, like I never trust that with Bethesda games even if you can. We'll go ahead and do that, and like I said, we're not allowed to save at any point. So that much we should be allowed to do. But then if I die at any point, all we saved is basically just going through this meticulous shit with the gear. The one change that I could make to this obviously is number 8 instead of the Wuthrad should be the fucking other thing. The other two-hander, like maybe this one, that'll actually drain like stamina. Or at the very least I should switch it with this one if I feel like the health drain isn't that big of a deal. But again, the two-hander is meant to be a last resort anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. And then I would have to debate which one's actually doing more damage between this or the other one. But see, when you do like the sneak bonus damage, the fire might not be as much of a factor as the base bow damage. Like that 43 will get multiplied by whatever amount, versus the 18 isn't as important. Whereas with this one, it would be because, you know, the 34, I think I have the right idea that you should value the bow's damage more above anything else. Okay, I'll be back in a second. But actually to show we quit out, so I'm clearly not cheating the format or something, even though obviously unless you're going to die in your own quarters like this, it's not going to matter. I love it, the kind of game where you have to exit out every time you take a break or do anything just for authenticity or whatever because of the fact that you can't tab out, or I don't trust it with Bethesda games. But now that we're finally decked out, we get into the actual gameplay segment of the session. But then again, that is a form of gameplay, even what we just did. So we're still 300 out of 400 full, which doesn't even make sense just from all my gear and different things. Let's see what this guy's up to.
The eye of Magnus, here but lost. Slipped through our grasp.
Still can't get over that. And a year of time has actually elapsed where we've been in a little hibernation. That's my RP and I'm sticking to it. Like, whatever, dude. I can't remember exactly how I would RP this game. You know what it is? Ever since coming back to streaming in 2021, I don't think I've done much RP, and most of it hasn't been that good, or it's been sort of fleeting. Like I did some with Dark Souls 2. Whenever I would get like really frustrated with the boss, we'd make like a whole little RP way to express that frustration in some eloquent way, like the eulogy for the smelter demon. Like I thought I was dead, I thought this was hell, and that he was the devil, and all this kind of stuff. That has some, you know, some of that was pretty good, but or the eulogy of Man Scorpion Tark and stuff like that. But the point is that basically, the only good RP series that I really did was WoW Classic, Hardcore Classic, and I only got to like.
Done with the eye.
Oh shit!
Put to better use.
Fuck, he kind of scared me there too. He's so obsessed. But basically, yeah, that WoW Classic thing, and I don't know what it was that led to that it's sometimes just the effort or the motivation going into it. Like, I don't know what it was that sparked it. Maybe because I felt like it was the last time I would play that game, and so it was sort of a love letter that I was putting forth a bit of extra effort to do it that way. But that is at least a good example of my style, where like everything has like just a background or a story to it, and a lot of it is gameplay centric too. That's the one thing I like. Like, for example, I'm a hunter, but I can't use a bow. Now, why can't I use a bow? Oh, because I like to do hard modes and challenges like that, and like, I'm making my own character class. But in terms of the RP, it was because, okay, we got traumatized as a kid because we had a pet fucking.
Slip through our grasp.
Shut up, dude. Because our father was a hunter too, and we had a beloved pet as a kid, so he accidentally shot it with his bow when he was out hunting or something. And so because of that, we consider bows to be evil, or bows and guns and range stuff. And so now we're like a snarky gun control activist. So now we feel like, oh, we can't use that, or I don't want to use a bow myself to sort of remind myself of that evil or recreate it. So it'll be sort of the hunter with clipped wings. So that's kind of just a way to explain like why something is the way it is in a gameplay sense, in an RP way.
Bring your victory, friend.
Why? Because it'll involve getting a book for you?
Rules about books still stand. There are more books to be recovered and secured here in the Arcanium.
I always call it the Arcanium. I'm not really interested in doing anything dangerous. I'm ready for some adventure.
All right, here. I scribbled down the last place I'd heard about. Check it out, but be careful.
Doesn't mean I only have to do one of them every time. But I kind of want to see, like, how do you actually see all his books and stuff? Because it says steal from it, but it's like, how would I see that?
This knowledge might have been lost were it not for you.
I'm the fucking archmage, like, and he's even thanking me, so give me a chance to see it. Like, a lot of these you don't get to see what the spoils of your rewards actually are, or I forget how you do it, or you have to steal his key somehow. Like, I should have access to this shit. Like, what am I gonna do? I just want to bask in the glory of all the books that I'm collecting. Or like have some sort of track to see like where these are going. That is actually kind of
Here if you wrote it yourself, if you want a book from here.
a little unsatisfying. But yeah, I'd like to do more than just one every time, like how, it takes so long, but we're not in a rush to get there or to do it, so it's like, this is just like a perfect example of what a Radiant quest can be, because of the fact that you're trying to, like, it'll give you something that scales up to you, so it'll be relevant to your level, and it'll still be a good challenge, and it's on legendary difficulty, and we have this permadeath condition, and just in and of itself, as far as a mission design, it's like you could do this an infinite number of times, and it'll keep sending you to different places on the map that you haven't been in a while. It'll keep giving you relevant enemies to fight and a good amount of variety. So that's the same way that I said, like with vigilante missions in GTA 4, it would like give you a random dynamic gang battle to have, or like some sort of mission equivalent thing without the story. You go, you drive to a location, then you have a good big shootout in a different location every time. You'll have different enemies, different challenges to go against. So like it creates the core experience that you would have in the game normally as far as doing missions, but just without needing the story. So it's still the core quality gameplay that you would get from it. So it's the same thing here. Just like I could do this an infinite number of times, and you might say, oh, that's repetitive and boring, but it is giving you a variety of places to go and enemy types and different things to do and whatever stuff along the way. Like here, we don't even know how far it is away from me. Like I didn't even look on the map, or I didn't pay attention to where it was, so it doesn't matter. We'll just make our journey there. I do like to do at least one of these though, like whatever, if we die we have to keep restarting, but it's fine. Or you know what's annoying now is I would have to pick up the quest every time, and he might send me somewhere different, so that kind of fucks it up, right? Like you almost want it to be the same one. I actually don't know how that works as far as the scripting of it. Like what if you always get fucked here if you try to go and there's like an army of bandits on the side. So the main thing is I want to do a sneak here, but I also want to but there's always going to be a fucking dragon. I already heard it. What the fuck? Where is he? Or I thought I saw the shadow, but that might have been my own shadow, or that might have just been the sound of my I'm scared by the sound of my own thing. There's always like a big bandit army here. So there's no rule as far as third person, first person, whatever. But stealth doesn't work typically too well in this way, right? But like what you have to realize is we are on legendary difficulty, so it is going to be an insane amount of shit that you... What did they even just kill there? it is going to be very unfair. Like, there's no way I could take those on, and that makes it kind of fun because you have to like earn your way into that. You know, everything you do is kind of meaningful, and you have to pick your battles. It's not like you're just so busted and OP. So by simply playing on legendary difficulty and not doing anything too broken, like making some sort of broken build or overpowered thing, it does make everything like a meaningful challenge, and everything obviously scales up to you a lot. I'm actually surprised that I was able to sneak through that. Maybe it's because of the armor, not because the way the stealth works in the overworld is not really that good. Right? It's just not meant to be done. It just kind of fucks up every time I try to do it. We're not even trying to fight them using stealth. We're literally just trying to get through. Although that was maybe not the best route to take. I think my sneak is maxed out, as is my range, but I'm not 100% sure because those were never things that I really tried to focus on. I've never upgraded a thing to the legendary thing. I almost would want to make a condition out of it. Oh no, sneak is only 64. Imagine that. The same level as my character, actually. And a good way to get experience, considering so many things are maxed out. I would have to get every skill to 100 first, and then I could turn them all legendary at like the same time. So it would be like a new game plus type of experience. But that would take me forever to do, or I'm not even making an effort to do it. That encounter would have been almost fun to look at, but maybe I should fuck around with them. Like, I'll use my stealth to my advantage, so they won't even know what hit them. And then I'll keep kind of slow pacing them and do it in like guerrilla warfare. The problem is guerrilla warfare doesn't work when your enemies are literally like gods and they have like 1,000,000 health or whatever. Like, would this even hit them? I don't even know. Like, they have no idea where I am, and they shouldn't be able to either. But they'll come from like how smart are they really going to be here? Because normally they're not that smart. But you'll never kill them like this, that's the thing. It'll take you like fucking forever, or they'll actually heal or regen or something. I just want to get a feel for like if I'm even hitting them or how much damage I'm actually doing to them. So the two things we got to check on is we got to buy soul gems and we got to buy arrows at some point. If I it's tempting to try to do it. Like, I want to go all Batman on them and try to somehow, you know, one guy versus a mob of people. How can you possibly win? The strategy to always beat a character in a thing like that is just rush them. Because even if he takes out a couple of you, if you all rush him at once, you're still gonna get him. He can't possibly beat you all together. But they all like take their turns, right? Like in that cliche way that you would see, like there's a group around you, but they'll all come in one at a time and give you a chance to retaliate. Like I saw this video of like a tiger or a lion fighting like a bunch of hyenas, and it felt like the same way. There's like 30 hyenas versus one lion, and the lion wins, but all they would have had to do is rush him all together. But instead they let him pick them off one by one, kind of. Where did they even go? I mean, it's just unrealistic to even try to do it like that, but now I'm kind of curious about this. I shot at them and then they just kind of went away. This is always like a death trap kind of thing, though, as you exit. Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, look at that. What do you expect to do with that? I don't know what kind of bullshit overpowered character you think you are. You just got to pick your battles. Like, that's just not meant to happen. Kind of scary, too, how they're just looking at me all dead-eyed like that. Like, they went around looking for who's sneaking around, but they couldn't find him, so they just stand there forever and don't do anything. Yeah, what game, I wonder, are people more excited for? GTA 6 or Elder Scrolls 6? I certainly would be more excited for Elder Scrolls 6. Although I do have a soft spot for the GTA series, it's just kind of like... What they did with GTA 5 was kind of dumb. As far as like the single player and stuff, like... They got rid of the vigilante missions, a lot of the fun stuff like that. No gang wars. Like, there was nothing that made me want to come back to it. Once I beat the campaign, it's like... I didn't even feel the need to 100% it, as much of a completionist as I am, or I didn't feel the need to really do anything with it. It just felt very, imagine if it's really this close, but you can never tell, that's the thing. In fact, it'd be impossible because it could be like in this, or it could be above, or it could be like halfway across the map. Based on the icon, you'd have a really hard time telling. I successfully used my sneaking to get past that shit, but again, how exactly would I fucking deal with that encounter? The only way would maybe be to spam summon stuff. It could be where it's this at this dragon thing, but whatever. We're just exploring anyway, keeping myself in the dark about where it even is. Yeah, that's something I always notice, that people sort of create this reverse feedback loop. Whenever a game is super complicated and deep and takes forever to figure things out, whether it be a single player game like this or Dark Souls, or whether it be Path of Exile or World of Warcraft or anything like that, people do two things. They'll look stuff up like crazy and, you know, get really invested and play the game for a long period of time and all this kind of stuff, which is all good and a sign of how good the game is. But then they'll act like, oh, it's so easy and it's so obvious, or they'll mistake borrowed knowledge for their own, I guess. And so what that leads to is, like, you're acting like a game is simple that is the opposite, just because you conceded to the fact of how complicated it actually is. And so therefore, fuck me. And so therefore you feel like, okay, I gotta find a spot that's actually gonna work for me here. You're conceding to the fact that, I mean, even you should be able to hide from the dragon, but I don't know where he is. You're conceding how complicated it is, and then you're saying because of that, the problem with these is they're just too tanky, so it makes it kind of unfun at times. I could use my stealth to run away from this guy. But no, I mean, the best way to deal with it is to summon stuff that's also busted. Take advantage of the legendary difficulty. I'll give you summon the Daedra. Those things can actually tank it a bit and stuff. Okay. So that is going to be the curiosity, though. I don't even know where he's going to send me for the book, or whether it's the same one every time in this context. Look, what am I supposed to do there? Like, that's so fucking stupid. Like, my character's just not strong enough to deal with that or something. But no, they concede to the fact that the game is too complicated to figure out normally, and so they want to look stuff up, which is fine. But then they mistake that for, now all of a sudden the game is too easy and it's a joke. That's such a stupid way to look at it. And there's usually more a sense of honor with single player games like that, but even that's changed in the modern era.
There are more books to be recovered and secured.
Is it going to be the same book even? The brothers? I forget how this works, actually. I should be an expert on this because of how much I fucking have done it.
Here. I scribbled down the last place I'd heard about. Check it out, but be careful.
Brothers of Darkness. I would assume that would mean it's the same thing, but the location still could be radiantly, dynamically, whatever. Or like somehow the act of doing this will cause me to kill my own allies and stuff, and it'll act like, you know, you'll get aggroing guards and stuff in town and it'll do damage to them. Like, how would it know whether you're wanting to do that or not? Right? What if my first hit that I want to do on them is from that? Right? You can accidentally do damage to them, so don't try to sneak around in town or whatever by accident. Don't crouch. Now, it doesn't mean that we have to take the same route every time, but that dragon was a very unexpected thing. And again, try to appreciate how long it would take to actually kill that dragon. Even if I do it perfectly right, which it should feel that meaningful, like you're getting one shot or whatever, to sort of live up to the mystique and how epic dragons actually are, instead of just cheesing it and healing through it or whatever. But the point is that you have no sense that you could have done anything there. Like, I wish I would have actually hit it to show that. No matter how much damage I think I'm doing, it's just not going to be enough. I'd have to switch out to my actual bow set instead of my sneak set, right? Because right now everything except for like one thing has to do with sneaking. That's the add for next zone. Bows do 25% more damage. Sneaking. So that could have something to do with why these guys didn't detect me either, despite it being in the overworld. That noise always does kind of scare me a little bit. I don't know why I randomly chose to do this, but I guess last year I did the tank build. The year before that, maybe I did the magic build. I can't really remember. Yeah, this stands to reason that you should be able to sneak by here. And I do love the way this actually looks. So even when I shot at them, they still couldn't find me. So playing it strategically like that is very nice. This is the thing. Like, if you play like this, unless you really do something exploitative, you'll never be able to take on a group of enemies like that. You have to do it all very one at a time, methodically. You have to come up with some other strategy to figure it out. Right, so it makes it feel more, a little bit realistic. No matter how powerful you are, you can't just fucking do whatever you want. Even 1,000 hours in, whatever. So legendary difficulty is actually quite awesome. And whatever scaling considerations they do. Because that's the problem with a game like this, is if you get to this point and you played it so much, then everything just becomes too much of a joke, and you have to handicap yourself. But I'm not really handicapping myself at all. In fact, not only am I not doing that, I'm almost optimally gearing myself, at least based on what I have available. Like, I'm trying to create these sets of gear that are all, like, stacking stuff up. The main reason why I did that was with like the tank gear and the resistance stuff, to see like, oh, if I use a shield and all this blocking stuff and all this resistance, can I actually survive a dragon, and can I actually tank them? And the answer is yes, I can, but only if I have my shield up. Like, if my shield's up, I take like, you know, 20% of my health per hit from the dragon. But if my shield's down, he just one-shots me and just like does that chomp animation, like he's, you know, one-hitting me because of the, I don't have enough health or something. But that's what's so crazy about it, is like, I love the views you get here too, which you wouldn't get on console, am I right? Probably. Fucking whatever. That could be a Yeti that I killed last year or something, but it's actually, or no, it probably was actually. So I mean, we're not really a glutton for punishment with this dragon, but I don't know what to do about it, because they seem to have no regard for, I either have to kill it or I have to make some epic escape from it. I wouldn't just want to pussy out and, you know, not deal with it. That's like the Statue of Meridia or whatever, where you get Dawnbreaker, I think. Although this doesn't look like the right spot for that. Maybe it is. Yeah, in the broad daylight, the dragon is going to come and just fucking destroy us again. But I'm even in like my super sneak mode. It doesn't seem to have much of an effect on them though. The Doors of Oblivion. Let's actually do an ASMR book reading stream by Saif Hijja. When thou enterest into oblivion, oblivion entereth into thee. Like when you stare into the abyss stares back into you. The old expression, which I don't even know. I always associate that with Wall Street for some. What the fuck? Wait, why did that even happen? Just because I read the book? You can't underestimate even a skeleton, because these are going to be crazy. Although he think we didn't do too much to me. What is happening? Like, you're literally losing to a fucking skeleton, dude? Of course, you can kind of exploit the stagger, too. Just stun lock somebody. So even a single target that's, like, super tanky and everything is going to fuck you over, because... Oh, here we go, dude. It just makes every encounter so epic and intense. Like, I could die here, and you got to get around the corner and actually use cover, and it turns it into like a whole thing. It's just like 3 random skeletons, even though you're level 64 and you've been through all this stuff. There is something very cool about it. It just makes you appreciate the base mechanics and everything a little more. Which the one problem with the hitboxes is more so just with melee. Right, magic works pretty well, range works pretty well. Even those I don't really care about, like why I would want to pick up the... And of course, that's what Permadeath also plays into, is the whole immersion of it. Like, that one encounter could have reset my whole thing, and then I'd have to start again from the beginning of you stacking up those fucking books. Or wait, how did that happen? He, like, picked up the book that I just read? Or did I just pick it up? But I guess the act of reading that caused them to aggro, or just the act of going up there maybe caused them to aggro? Now, see, I don't know whether the book is here or not. It's deceptive, because it almost makes it look like that, but... He just won't give me a break, though, will he? Or I don't know how to do that roll, actually. I thought it's supposed to be like if you... Maybe I don't have the ability yet, or I had it on like some other character. If you sprint while crouched... Yeah, crouching stops combat... Oh, no, that's not the one. Crouching while sprinted, whatever, silent roll. Sprinting while sneaking executes a silent forward roll. That's what I would want to get. Just as a new mobility type of ability, which is very cool to... He hasn't seen me, though, so how is it fair if he does? Yeah, go fly around and find somebody else to harass. Go attack Winterhold. It's not like I'm a hero or some shit. He shouldn't just be able to see me, dude. This is how you should treat a dragon properly. I'll go in there, sneak in, get the fucking book, and get out. Like, why should I have to fight a dragon? He's gonna have infinite fucking health, and it's gonna take forever. Although it would only make sense that he would be guarding his little first spot here, but I don't know where he went. It gives you the proper respect and fear for the world. He's gonna see me. Or it's like he's almost bugging out, that he senses something, but he's not meant to sense it because I'm too sneaky for him. I mean, I can't do it, or it would take forever even if I did. And I don't see what I'm even trying to do here if the book isn't here, which it's probably not, actually. It's probably just further in that direction. Like, would he really just let me go up here now? He goes from detecting me just like that to now having no idea. I'll take my chances. Okay, fine. You can't really hide from the breath, you know what I mean? Like, if he wants to get you, he'll just get you. Fuck, man, I'm even using the cover and everything. I somehow want that dragon encounter to be part of this whole experience, but I guess I don't have to do that. Unless it is there. Of course, again, I don't even know where it is, but... Good thing at least I saved that 1 hour worth of whatever, but we're gonna have to keep talking to this fucking guy every time, which is at least a fitting punishment, and like I said, I don't even know the location, so it could be changing it and I wouldn't even know. It doesn't seem like the book really changes though, that he's telling you to go for it.
Well, all right. Here. I scribbled down the last
Brothers of Darkness.
Check it out.
I'm something of a brother of darkness myself, I guess, with my little sneaky crouching thing. Yeah, there's this element sometimes of puzzle solving or problem solving in the world. Like, oh, you're going against two things that are too strong for you to kill, so get them to fight each other, like a mammoth and a dragon, or like a giant and a dragon. You somehow get them to fight each other so you can do whatever you're trying to do. You should almost use like whirlwind sprint or something here just for the style of play too, but I have that little shout that makes them go look for everybody. Like throw a voice or something. So how ironic that a sneaky character, a stealthy character, would use a shout that actually is very loud and conspicuous as part of their playstyle. But it's obviously just to distract them and bait them away and whatnot. We already have fucking failed the thing. Like, you know, you want to see how long can you last. I'm not going to die at all this session, but it can be very quick. It happens so fast. Like, you're getting one shot by that fucking thing. So the point is I should accept that dragon is there, but I should sneak past it, you know, like I was doing, you know, just somehow it feels right to go in that direction. We should have to overcome whatever we come across. Doesn't mean I have to do it exactly the same way or at all, but just, like, I don't have to fight the skeletons, which I didn't fight the first time either. Yeah, I don't think that's the Meridian one, is it? That I think it is, but I also... It must be. There's other statues like that in the world, but they're not that big. That must be that Dawn Shrine, whatever it's called. Yeah, that's one thing for Elder Scrolls 6 that you'd want to see. One thing, improve the speech system, but also give us like little... Every enemy has like a little sense of personality, that so many games do that. Even, you know, super long games or super... whatever... Like how WoW does it with the dungeons. I always say that, like they have boss quotes and stuff. Even if you don't know who that character is, like Malchezaar. Malchezaar is just a random dude who has no lore associated with him whatsoever. He's just some demon who happens to be in Karazhan. In a way, he's almost a letdown, and there's some bullshit like, oh, he drops Gorehowl for whatever reason, even though that has nothing to do with him. So all that stuff is fine. Like, it's almost a bad thing. But what's good is his voice lines and his voice actor. He has this sort of low timbre to his voice, and he's like saying all these badass things like, I can't remember, like, madness has brought you here to me, I shall be your undoing. So just that simple amount of characterization makes you remember that. So a game like Skyrim, despite how expansive it might be, or Elder Scrolls 6, it should have in every boss or every dungeon you go in, it should have like some sort of memorable boss in terms of mechanics, but also in terms of dialogue and personality. I know that's a lot to ask, but it would be nice to see that. Now you might say, oh, there's some of that as part of the campaign and the story, but every dungeon should still have some element of that in there. Even if it's like they're drawing from a pool of randomly generated things, there still would be enough of them to keep you entertained, basically. You have the little skeleton outpost over there. All this in a quest for a single fucking book, dude. why you would feel you have to take this path of all things is beyond me, but it's almost like he didn't give us clear instructions, and we don't have this magical map or anything we can use, so we go here to try to, you know, oh, we think it's in this direction, but then we end up having to deal with the dragon, and then we get past it, and then we go around the mountain. It must be just on the other side, but it can be a little deceptive sometimes. Or that's one of my favorite locations in the game, is Blackreach or whatever, with all the, I guess we could do this again, with all the Falmer and stuff. I'm almost doing it like in a linear sense, like if this was, but now I know where they are. It could be that they're supposed to aggro, but they just didn't because I'm so sneaky, of course. Even though I'm knocking shit around, and now they're coming up. Now I'm in a very deer in the headlights type of position where I'm not, imagine if I died at this, though. That should be some sort of disqualifying factor. He's looking totally the wrong way, dude. What are you, that one Jedi in Revenge of the Sith who looks in the wrong direction as he gets killed by fucking Palpatine and the... Uh-oh. I don't know why I'm fucking... Oh, look how that guy body blocked for him, but how did I one-shot him then? That doesn't seem right. Doors of Oblivion, I don't know what happens with that, why he just magically has 2 of them, or he's just meant to have that many, I guess, normally. Yeah, let's see what we got. Take this, take this. I mainly just want to get the arrows from the one dude. Okay, so can we please do this where I can actually sneak past this in a meaningful event story type of way that I'm trying to do this, where you're almost trying to make your path harder, but I almost just did it too. I don't get it. I went too close to him, but what if I just actually tried to sneak past? Like he kept aggroing, but he didn't know what he was aggroing to. It must have just been the wind. A dragon's got to say a line like that too one time, as much as the bandits and stuff do. It's just the fox. Like what? You're not going crazy over the fox? He's there, so let's just go past him. I'm not going to worry about it. You can't see me. Ha ha ha. Right? Like if you, I mean, I'm fully sneaked out. That's it, dude. Like we at least overcome that challenge, right? We just go past it. There's no reason why you should have to fight that. And after a while, the dragon fights do get pretty boring. Like what more is it? He's just health padding. His mechanics aren't really that dynamic or interesting. There's some kind of fun with it as far as the exact type and maybe the element that he's using. Like some of them will use fire, some of them use ice, some of them use shock, some of them use like that shout that drains all your magic and stuff. So like there is some... What the fuck? Don't look, just keep going. We did make it past his little thing there. I have no idea where this is. It's going to turn out it was like somewhere up there. But it could be, again, other way, all the other way on the halfway across the map. That seems a lot higher than maybe I expected to be. With all the time that people have spent in this game alone, you could have terraformed Mars or some shit by now. Arguably, but that time isn't always a replacement for ability or innovation, but then again, it kind of is sometimes. It almost does encourage me to go around the world like this because you always want to get the jump on what you see, but it's also kind of a little bit too slow. This is where we had the epic saber cat encounter, which I think was last year's Christmas thing, our Christmas special, because, you know, oh, here we go with the bandits. You know, I can't take them on, but the stealthiness comes into play, or they're fighting like a mammoth. Maybe we could help the mammoth and... Wow, they rarely do stuff like that. Maybe I should take my own advice again and sneak around. But at some point, I do want to actually kill something. But I guess I'll wait till I get there. These overworld fights are especially bad. It's just not meant to be done like this. Well, whether you're playing stealthy or not, it's just like... You would think you should be able to help him out and actually do this. You got a fucking epic giant versus bandit encounter, and you can't underestimate the bandits because they'll be super tanky. You would think I should be able to hijack this, but I almost don't want to. I just want to see what's happening. It looks like the Giants and stuff are going to win, and so we can just let them have it. But at least we get to see this, like, National Geographic Skyrim edition. Although they might be getting too close for comfort, and I don't want them to come after me. But then again, the Giants aren't really... Oh, look at this, dude. And you actually get to see him the whole trajectory, too. Look, look, look. Knock him back up with my fucking arrow. Oh, shit, that's cool. I don't feel like I've seen that happen too much with... Oh, my God. I don't think I've seen that happen too much with NPCs. It can obviously happen to you, but... Oh, they got fucking rolled over, dude. What do you think they're going to do to you? I can go rob their graves or whatever. Yeah, do it again. Do it again. Knock him in the fucking air. Because you don't really get to appreciate that when it happens to you, because what determines whether they get knocked up like that? Why does this guy seem like he's invincible too? He's like an NPC. Like just, they can't be killed. Like every time he gets downed, it's fine. So the peace-loving trolls and the mammoths genuinely fucked them all over. Now we'll strategically rob their graves. Where does his body actually go? It was over on the side here. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually seen that where they do it to an NPC, or maybe I just forgot. That was just like a cool dynamic encounter, and I'm never going to be able to find their body necessarily. This is maybe the benefit of sneaking, because that would normally never happen. Although I mean, enemies do fight each other all the time, but it would normally never happen because they would come after you instead, right? But it's like your character has this magnetic pull that makes everybody prioritize you. Let's see. They don't seem like they'll mess with me. Even if they did see me, I don't think they're gonna aggro. Like, they have no reason to feel that way. Maybe pick up some arrows more than anything is all I want. Although this is a little bit risky. Like, we just survived a little dragon thing to deal with this. It does feel like maybe this is making my sneaking a little god tier, though, whether it be the actual armor or what. Who would think heavy armor would be this good at it, but I guess that's the whole point of it. You're able to move more quietly, and opponents that get too close take 5 poison damage per second. But that's kind of like announcing your presence, isn't it? Like, you wouldn't want that. Okay, we don't need to get that guy. I almost want to see where that guy's corpse went, but all I could tell is on the other side of that rock. There are some very fun physics, ragdoll type of interactions in this game, obviously. Even just innately... You can play like little basketball shit too with the telekinesis or whatever kind of abilities. Look at all the epic stuff we've seen. We snuck through those bandits right outside Winterhold. That's always a death trap. Then we snuck past the dragon. Then we saw this encounter between a different set of bandits, I guess. Or we could pretend like it's the same one, fighting a mammoth and a bunch of giants. We could have butted in and tried to, you know, you two fight for an exhaustingly long amount of time, and then I'll fight the victor when they're in a very weakened state. But instead, I'll just be a grave robber, much more honorable. I don't know exactly where the fuck this is, but let's see where it takes us. And again, at any point if I die, I have to restart. So it will take me the whole fucking session just to get a goddamn single buck. You can see how I could literally play this game like forever, especially the way I do it, but it's sort of embracing the style that it is. I love the irony of some of the playthroughs I've done recently of stuff when I play something for the first time, because I'm normally the type to really take my time and read everything and stuff like that, but then people would always complain about that. But then on the flip side, oh shit. But then on the flip side, maybe I should try my luck. On the flip side, then when I don't do that, when I'm just trying to play the game just to play it, then people get mad about that too. Not that I care what other people think, but I almost want to deal with this encounter. There's only 3 of them, but they're gonna have a bow and then they're gonna one-shot me with that shit. Bows and magic can be insane. At least with melee, I can just run away like a clown, but like, where did they even go? Good way to at least get them to disperse. You know, maybe I should uncrouch, but that should make you more easy to find even. What is that? I want something, dude. Look at how much fucking... They still haven't detected me, though. Look at how much... Now, that should distract them from me, but sometimes it almost draws their attention to you. How? Oh, no. How is that possible, bro? That shout is so fucking stupid because... Or again, it's not meant to work in this context. I could try to fight them, but their health is just going to be way too much for me. Now, they shouldn't have any idea where I am. I broke their line of sight like 10 times over, but they'll still come right for me. But at least we created some separation, I guess. I don't fully understand how sneaking even works. Like, you can go by the music more than by the icon. That should be all it takes to get away, and it's the right flight or flight response. When you see like the insane health padding of these guys, there's just no point even trying to do it. A braver me or me with more time would maybe fuck around with it, but there's no point. I have one mission to get the fucking book and I'm gonna do it. Maybe I'll take the long way around here. It just feels sad that that's sometimes what it comes down to, though. It's like too much health padding. Like, it's one thing, okay, they do a lot of damage or they'll one-shot you, but when they literally just can eat like 1,000,000 arrows or 1,000,000 fireballs or whatever, it does become a little bit stupid. This weather almost imitates what it's like in real life. It's not really a white Christmas for me here. It's actually kind of a little warm. It's like 40, 50 degrees in an area where we normally do get a lot of snow. It's like, you know, like a green Christmas where you can actually see the grass and stuff. So it's kind of the same thing here. It's nice and beautiful. It's going to be a random dragon sighting. I know it. Almost feel like I'm hearing it, but it's just like a PTSD response. You're hearing like the flapping of the wings. So even once we get there, we still don't get to save it. So we'll have to deal with the dungeon, obviously, however I can do it. So the only thing I could handle killing here is fucking skeletons, despite whatever gear and setup I might have. Or like once we get there, then we should be able to change to our stuff that's actually going to increase our damage. I don't know how much of a difference that really would have made. That's going to be a bandit thing. I mean, you could deal with every little thing along the way too, but kind of enjoying this little sneaky style for a bit. So we'll see. Maybe on the way back, I'll keep my bow stuff on and see how it's going to go. If I want to actually fight stuff. Yeah, like the dragon would have been way too health padded. The bandit chief is going to be too health padded. Sometimes even the other bandits are too. So that obviously like those enemy level types, like the chief is going to be insane. Or you know what sometimes happens is the chief isn't actually that hard, but then there's one random enemy like a highwayman or somebody who has more health than even the chief. There's some sort of weird balancing that happens that way. Sometimes. This is kind of a bad idea because you're going right through probably enemy territory, but I feel like I almost have to. This should help me cut across the mountain a little bit. No point beacon. Yeah, it's kind of sad when you wait a whole year for this and then it's not even that long of a session that you do with it. What? Oh, come on. Am I going to pussy out of this one too? No, they should be totally confused as to... As far as I can tell, there's only one of them, so I don't know what... You know, if it's a 1v1, I can handle it, but you never really get to see that, or there is somebody else too on the prowl. The shout doesn't really help you now. And I guess I don't have my damage gear on for this, but you almost shouldn't need it. How the fuck is she matrixing me here? Not really hitting me for that much, but for this is where I should use my two-hander almost. So where is the other person? They're just going to dome me with a bow and one-shot me because I probably assume that's going to be the case. And everybody will drop arrows because it's like, why are you stuck in that animation? Everybody will drop arrows because either they'll naturally be using them or it'll be a case where it's the arrows that I shot into them in the first place that some of them you can pick back up and are preserved. I have no idea who this guy is or what he's doing, but I have to remember we do have 7 and 8 ready for that. Or I do have all kinds of other creative bows to use, but I've just been kind of lazy and using the same one over and over. Which somehow is not really losing much in the way of... Well, I guess because mostly I haven't been fighting. I've just been sneaking past. Yeah, this shout doesn't really impress me that much. I'm committing to a non-combat shout, but it just doesn't... It should totally throw them off, or they're not going to be able to detect you or anything. Could have just knocked his dumbass off the thing. Are gonna take out a bandit chief just to fucking carve a path through this tower, even though, again, that's not really necessary, but pretend it is just for whatever RP we're doing. There shouldn't really be any restriction on shouts, but this one is dog shit. Like, I'm trying to just use it preferentially for a playstyle, but you're gonna get fucked by the health padding yet again. One element about the legendary thing that's maybe not super fun, but it's kind of necessary too. Because what else are you going to do, I guess? Just increase their damage values and stuff, but you'd still kill them too fast, so it'd be too easy. But some of this does feel a little bit stupid, like they'll keep doing the same shit over and over. Now he could be very liable to one-shot me or something. I'm not really in the combat mindset right now, like I'm trying to do it in such a way that I'm still playing all sneaky. Right, if I had my combat gear on or like a shout on and stuff. I wasn't trying to even hide. I was trying to actually fight you. Can't wait to count out my 352 coins, even though that's like one of the lowest amounts maybe I've ever had. Found you as he's going totally the wrong way. See, this is almost where you should use like a paralysis type of thing, or he's almost just bugged out. Resisted paralyzed, but how much is he gonna resist it? Why is he even doing it like this? Or he just feels like he can block it with the shield. The ultimate mind trick. He's trying to make the archer chase after him. The fuck is going on? Why is he doing that? Like, oh, I'm baiting him into my trap, even though... Oh, here we go. Make him fall down the fucking stairs. Yeah, roll, ragdoll. Although it could be all part of his plan. Yeah, here we go. Now he's stun lock his dumb ass. Although we are going to have a problem because... going to be some sort of diminishing returns, I guess. But the thing is that we're gonna run out of the soul gem kind of thing for it. Or you know what you could have is still you're doing a lot of stamina damage, so it should lead to basically the same effect. Although his stamina might be too great of a total to deal with. Uh-oh. Put myself in a bad spot. Gotta yoink those fucking arrows. Yeah, the paralysis thing is at least good for those type of enemies. But the thing is that you feel like you have to... Now pretend you couldn't jump off this. How would you deal with this? You would have to... just slowly walk past his dumb ass. I want to see how... Oh, shit. I want to see how well the stamina thing actually works for me, though, because... stealth can be one of the worst mechanics, though. Like, it makes it feel like such a joke, or it makes it feel like very not believable, like what's happening. Oof. Oh, I end up doing the majority of my damage from the stupid AoE of this, then, I guess. It seems like it's active even now when I'm saying... Like, when you're in the middle of combat, it should always be active, whether you're crouched or not, but... I don't know what that does, too, when they already have a beat on you. It should still confuse them or whatever. Or how does it... It should, how did it regen that fast? Like... I'm worried he's just gonna one-shot me, although he doesn't really have much of a business doing it. Okay, we at least pulled him out of there. Oh my god. Now I can get the high ground, run him in a circle. He's not really going to lose track of me, I wouldn't think. It's more like just a non-combat kind of thing. I don't even see where he is now. You would think between using the shout and getting so far away from him and out of line of sight that he should kind of lose track of me. But somehow he doesn't. You could obviously just jump off of here, but... Look how long it actually takes for you to do that. Whether it's because you're in the overworld or that's just how stealth works, I don't know, but... Yeah, see, the paralysis thing isn't going to work because we shouldn't be allowed to use our thing in the middle of combat. Like a recharge a soul gem. So the way that you would have to deal with it now is you would have to try to do it with the stamina. Try to just drain his stamina. So he's probably coming back inside now. Maybe I can get him from some higher level ground here. Or, you know, I should just use the one that lets me see where they are. What the fuck, man? I can't even hit him. Like, he's actually matrixing the shit out of me. Oh my god. That's so unfair, isn't it? Like, you're getting actually one shot by everything. Again, the only way that you wouldn't, that's actually bullshit. I didn't think that would happen. The only way that wouldn't happen is if you are using like a shield or like a really defensive type of setup. But even then, like when you block with the shield, you'll survive it and only take like 20% of your health. But then when you don't, you'll just die. That's how much of a difference it makes. So, fuck.
Archmage, there are more books to be recovered.
Okay, I don't have to go in the exact same way, but I don't know. Fuck, look how this always turns into, oh, I hope I can get more than one book, and this is how the experience goes. Which is partly my fault, but partly it's just the nature of how this works. Like, it is pretty fucking tough. Or when I'm committing to, like, such a specific playstyle, which is almost suited for this. Like, let's just get there in one piece. If we get there by, not really trying to fight anything, just sneak by everything. I almost want to do it the same way, but you don't have to fight that. Or like we saw that whole mammoth encounter. I wonder if that's going to happen again. You know, certain things are sort of on a rotation or they might feel scripted, but they're not always going to happen at the exact same time. Like there's so many different moving parts behind it that are, you know, not predictable. Or the way to actually look at it is more like, you know, some stuff might happen unintentionally or it might be a bug, but people would still give it credit. Like, wow, what a fun dynamic event that was. But maybe it wasn't even really meant to happen. It just, there's so many things like that in a game like this that you can't really make the difference. So like where the bugs are almost a feature or they're almost a good thing. Not that they really are, but I always do give credit to developers like Bethesda, though, still to an extent, although maybe it's not as impressive now when they've become so successful and they have the money and means to. Basically, that's what Elder Scrolls 6 should be, based on the success that they had with Elder Scrolls 5 and everything else in the meantime and how much they've just exploded as a company, and good for them, and I give them credit. But the problem is that Elder Scrolls 6 should be a Bethesda game without any bugs and with actual AAA mechanics. Neither of which, even Skyrim, as great as it is, really has that, right? It did have bugs, although I never had too much of an issue with them personally, but just generally, it still had some of the flaws and trappings of a Bethesda-style game. And then on the flip side, you have a case where basically it should also have better mechanics, like the melee combat should be like Dark Souls and stuff like that. Now, these guys are too close this time. I'm surprised this is even working. Well, I guess it's really not. Holy shit, bro. I obviously don't have to be going that way at all, but somehow I'm just a glutton for punishment. It worked like the other times. Maybe I went like more up the mountain. The number of fucking times I'm gonna have to talk to this guy is gonna be a little bit annoying. And again, I don't know how far across the map I'm trying to even go, so I could be trying to make more of an adventure out of it than I have to. It could be like in Markarth or something for all I know.
Archmage or not, my rules about there are more books to be recovered in. Well, all right.
Find somebody who loves doing these book quests as much as who loves you as much as I love doing these book quests. But again, it could be anything else. This is just the one that I somehow settled on. Or this one seems to be one of the best that doesn't really make you wait between them or anything like that. Like there is supposed to be one like that for the Companions Guild, but that one didn't seem to work quite as well. So this is the one that I discovered that's really reliable to just do over and over forever, and it gives you different locations to go to, and some are memorable, whatever, like scaled up, and everything just works out. You get kind of the core gameplay experience that you'd be getting anyway, but the story isn't terribly important in a game like this. It's almost just the icing on the cake. Even if people say, oh, Skyrim has a bad story or this or that, it's kind of like hard to even judge what that statement means. Like, okay, maybe the campaign isn't the greatest, but you know, this is part of the story. Or it's almost like you are the story. You're making your own, because it's just, you know, there's so much to it that you can just experience like that. It's hard to really measure what that means. It's not like a game that's restricting you or forcing you to experience the story in a specific way, or even experience any story at all. You can just not talk to anybody, period. That's one of Asmongold's funniest moments, like a really terrible take. You know, he's a smart guy, whatever, but he that was actually a donation I sent for whatever reason. Like, I was suggesting, oh, he wanted to play variety, like this was around 2019 or something like that, or maybe even before that. So he's talking about, oh, variety games, and I'm suggesting Skyrim and saying how, like, I quit WoW and you know, Skyrim helped fill the void in that a little bit. And then he's complaining about the opening cutscene, like, oh, I got bored when you're going to get your head cut off and stop playing. And it's like, that's the dumbest thing ever to say, especially about Skyrim, because you feel like, of all the games that you could complain about dialogue and cutscenes or story, Skyrim isn't one of them, because you can avoid all that stuff as much as possible later on, right? So as soon as that scene is over, you can just go and do whatever you want for thousands of hours and not ever experience any story if you don't want to. So you could complain in that same vein about every other game way more in existence. Like, that'd be like quitting WoW in the opening cutscene. Just, you know, oh, I'm watching the dwarf, whatever. I guess the only problem with that is you can't skip it. Why did that make it seem like they were trying to hit me with that? But they never seemed to detect me at any point there. Okay, look, I don't really have to sneak past the dragon, but just for the sake of it, I am turning this into almost like a, you know, little storyline that we have to do it in an exact way. But after the dragon, there's really nothing I have to do, right? That was it. We sneak past there, and then we just keep going. I should almost try to go through the mountains, like how there's sometimes a little pass here, but I don't know. There's a little Falmer thing, which they can be pretty scary. There are areas that they're in and everything. And that can almost segue or lead to some sort of old god type of shit, right? With like Cthulhu type creatures that they're trying to revive or deal with or whatever. They almost seem to be of that sort of vibe. So I don't know whether this is something that I killed or not. It could be. And just because, oh, it's like a wintry, Christmassy type of game and special episode doesn't mean that we have to be in the Winterhold area the whole time, right? Like, it doesn't have to always be a snowy thing. Now, the skeleton thing is somewhere around here, or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, this isn't a Halloween episode where we have to do a fucking Palmer area, but who knows what it'll be. We could try to take out the skeletons. I can't remember exactly where it is now, though. You can use that trick as a frame of reference. It's like up here and to the left. Let's see if we can sneak past the dragon, although sometimes randomly it won't work exactly the same way, and I won't be able to do that, but let's see what happens. This will at least be like the longest stream I've done in a while. Right, like, I don't know, I just don't have the time anymore to do what I was doing for a while there. Which is okay, but at least if I can still do one every day, I enjoy that more than you know, I've been kind of fucking even that up. Like, I'll still do an episode worth every day, but it'll be like spread out over. So what happens? Is it because I read the book, or is it because I step on something, or is it because... Oh, now they're baiting me. They're not even doing it. Or is it because I pick up the gold? Like, I don't know. Yeah, my greed will do me in. At least I can say I haven't died to these things yet, necessarily. I gotta be more willing to use my two-hander in situations like this. Like, if it really is gonna come down to this. Let's use a little sneaky tactic of my own here, but he'll probably still get me around the side somehow. Where is he? Where is he? You slow it down. And it's almost like I could use that shout too or something, but... Here, peek around the cover. Yeah, who needs GTA when you can fucking have epic combat like this? Third-person shooter, first-person shooter, more options than the average GTA game. Okay, who cares about the arrows right now? Let's try to sneak past this fucking dragon, and then we get to... That sound almost is like what you hear when a dragon's like flying overhead, but that can be kind of traumatic. So you should be able to sneak past this, and then you should be in the clear, and the reason why is because there's nothing really to do, or I guess the one exception of how you should be able to save it is like, I even did that like last year when I took a break in the middle. I saved it somewhere so I could quit out and whatever, just put my AFK screen up because I'm afraid to tab out, but I deleted it as soon as I came back, so it didn't count. So if I died, I would still have to restart at the college, right? But it was just a way to sort of checkpoint it so that I could actually quit out and take a break and eat something, because that's just how long of a session it could be or whatever. That goat could be a glutton for punishment, so I don't have to fight the, like, going right into my little black aura. The one thing I don't have to do is I don't have to fight the bandits that I just did. And of course he one-shot my dumbass, which is kind of stupid. Like, sure, I'm not in defensive gear and I'm not using a shield, but that is how harsh the legendary experience can be. The one encounter that we might see again here is the little mammoth versus bandit epic thing. That was pretty cool. The other shout that I should almost use is the one that lets you see enemies through like walls and stuff. I'm gonna end up going all the way around to try to find this one. But see how fun even this can be? Like, it's like a whole mystery. Where the fuck is this checkpoint? I have no idea. So like, we get spoiled by all these things in games, and I'm not saying you shouldn't even use them, but it's just hard to measure, like, when people say something is too easy or it's too whatever, but meanwhile you're getting so much help and advice from the game itself. Or there's like some sort of weird contradiction that happened with that, where like people are saying in a game like, oh, you should read all the stuff that tells you what to do, but on the flip side they're saying like, oh, look how stupid you are, you don't know what to do. But they're even conceding that, oh, all you would have to do is read it. So on one hand you're not reading it, on the other hand you should innately know it. On another hand, it's like, oh, you know, you want the game to hold your hand because you don't know what you're doing, or you're complaining that you don't know what to do. But then again, you don't want your hand held because you're not reading all the stuff that they're bitching that you should read. So like, you don't want your hand held, otherwise you would just read everything. So like, which is it? It's so confusing to figure out. Seems like they're having a different kind of fight. It's like maybe the dragon priest instead of the trolls or whatever. Right, that's what that looked like, at least those guys with the masks. But either way, we can epic fight in like the same exact situation. But I can't tell really who's fighting who. I guess it's bandits versus the dragon cultists, but I see, like, I only see one of them. Okay, let's just make our way around the mountain. I have no idea exactly where I'm even going. And apparently I can't fight anything ever aside from those dinky skeletons. So we can't really worry about it too much. See, that's the problem too. I can't even like mute my mic or anything. I would have to like get up to use the bathroom, but you can't alt tab because you're playing a fucking Bethesda game. Which is, again, maybe a small price to pay for all the great things that they've done with them, but Yeah, the best game of 2008 was not GTA 4, it was Fallout 3. Or the best game of 2011 was not Dark Souls, it was Skyrim, or not Skyward Sword even. Um, the best game of 20... I guess I can't really talk beyond that point because I didn't really play a bulk load of games. I almost make a point to try to avoid playing newer games sometimes, but the one that I wanted to play that I should probably do like this Saturday for my Flex format is the Avatar game. Actually looks pretty good. Or maybe I should play the first Avatar game to kind of warm up for that. There's so many fun things I could do if I actually had more time, but it's unfortunate that I have to kind of pick and choose a little bit. Which is not really why I did a format like this or the Thanksgiving one. That's just more like whatever. Like regardless of how much time you have, that's just more like you pick a day in a year to play a particular thing, and that's the only time you do it. Oh, here we go, dude. I'm gonna get myself killed. There's so many of these encounters going on, and you get a better view of them, I guess, or a better likelihood of seeing them because you're not interrupting them by actually being stealthy. Right, like I just don't want to fuck with it. Anything you do, you'll get killed. Like that's just it. Or I need like whirlwind sprint or some other type of thing. Or I just need a higher sneak level, which I'm surprised it's not really going up by me doing this. Like, how is it possible that it's still 64? I guess you're not really using it in a combat intensive sense. You're just kind of using it around the whole fucking world. But this is the true meaning of sneaking. Not to use it to kill stuff, but to just use it to avoid stuff. This could take literally like a fucking century to do. But I think at least I had a positive record in the other two sessions that I tried to... You know, I did actually get at least one book for the guy. Holy shit. I guess it's not always a rule that I can't look at the map, but now I'm kind of like... I have a general direction of where to go, but I shouldn't be able to use the radar either. I shouldn't be able to use anything. That's one thing I should have done almost with my ARC playthrough, as if it isn't hard enough already. Just, like you're not allowed to read the tooltips. You have to figure out how to make stuff yourself. You'll still see what you're trying to make, but you won't see what's needed to make it. But then again, you also don't know how to find what to make it. So like, oh, like I know I need like some crystal to make something, but I don't know where to find the crystal. So that's still a problem. Like it doesn't matter that I know it. Like we'd have to walk there and walk back. So if you take away fast travel, you take away the use of the map. You could take away the use of the radar, although that would make it kind of just aimless. Then you're just wandering around the world, and eventually you'll find random objectives that you don't even know like what you're doing. Even this, I'm kind of scared to come out of stealth because you feel like there'll be some bandit encounter like what we just saw. I had to go all the way around like this just to do that. What is this ragdoll shit going on? I like how you can jump without breaking your stealth. This is a sign of some strong predator around here, whether it would be a bandit or some animal. That is so random. Maybe I killed them, like, again, a year ago, and it would still be there. I don't know exactly at what rate stuff despawns, like, even in-game, like... Or is this not just the same thing we just saw? Oh my god. Yeah, like we're coming upon a lot of the same things. That's the one group that I tried to fight before. The one time, but I don't think I died to them. I think I just gave up fighting them. So step 1 of the experience was we spent like an hour suiting up. Then step 2 of the experience is we spent whatever amount of time here getting to the location, if we can even ever do that. And then finally... we'll get to actually do the thing, and then we have to come back. So something as simple as that can be so epic and exciting, which is a testament to not just this game, but this genre and style of game, that you can make so much of so little, seemingly. So sometimes it's your own perspective that determines it. Like, you can go in all cynical and be like, whatever. You could easily just fast travel, or you could easily just do whatever, but... I'm not saying you have to play it like this, obviously, but, and probably not too many people really do, but, especially after playing for so long. Oh, here we go again, dude. Let's just go around. The bandit chief will literally one-shot my dumb ass. oh, let's just take the long way around, I guess, everywhere. This makes our character feel kind of pathetic, but either we would have to summon something or we'd have to use a shield, or you would think like with any playstyle you should be able to figure a way to do this, but either my stealth has to be better or I have to use like a better... I like this idea of using one playstyle to get there and one playstyle once you're there, right? So we're sneaking to get there because the overworld is just way too much shit going on. There's dragons, it's too harsh. And then once we get there, then we can go full damage mode because we have no choice maybe but to fight our way through it. But even that is not a checkpoint, so if we die there, we'll have to start all over again. It'd be a real failure if I couldn't get a fucking book today, because we have to really live up to the standard that we've set the last couple years. Even when I said at the beginning, let's try to get more than one this time. I mean, it's in this general direction. We just got to be careful about all these bandit groups that are all over the fucking place. We're taking the path of least resistance every chance we get, just so we don't have to worry about this fucking, whatever, how weak we actually are. But that's the biggest way to cheese it, is just to literally, oh shit, literally just summon stuff, because that'll be busted too, right? That's not scaled down the way that you are. Like you could just compare it on a raw level. Like, how hard would it be for me to tank a dragon's fire? It's basically impossible, or I'd have to use a shield and all resistance gear just to be able to stand a chance. Meanwhile, you summon like a Dromora, Daedra, whatever, and it's like, no, it's not a Daedra, but whatever, you summon a Dromora and it literally phase tanks it without even blocking with the shield or anything for like an hour. Not because, oh, it's so strong, but because, you know, its stat values are jacked out the same way that yours are, in terms of, whatever, the same way that the enemies are. Whereas it has like the health padding and all that kind of bullshit to go along with it. So this does feel like almost a pussy way to play through, but there are plenty of times where I don't do that too. And this character was originally meant to be a mage, so we have a lot of things skewed in that direction. Like, we have more magic than anything else, but I guess it kind of evened out a little bit in the end. Like, we do have 300 stamina, but mainly I tried to put a lot of stat points in just magic. You might say, oh, that's why I did the College of Winterhold too, but I didn't really do that like exclusively. I did the companion stuff too. But yeah, like the Rift would be the Thieves Guild or the Dark Brotherhood or whatever. Actually, I forget. Or I guess I never knew to begin with, but just from whatever I know somehow, whether through spoilers or something. Riften is supposed to be the Thieves Guild, but I don't know what actually the Dark Brotherhood is in this game. In Oblivion, it happens in a very organic way, like, he's overlapped with that one tomb-looking thing for a while, but I don't know if that's still what it means. It could be past that. That could just be incidental. Because, like, now as you go closer, it's splitting away from that, so it's not that. Or it could still be, but it's somehow, like, on the other side of it or something. That's where it can be really confusing. Like, it'll be a chest outside, but it's outside of a dungeon after you have to go through the dungeon to get there. So it'll make it seem like it's somewhere else altogether. It's amazing that you can get away with doing this in the overworld too, because there's so many events and random things that you're avoiding that would normally happen and potentially kill you. So this is kind of an interesting way to do it. Or by interesting, I mean very fucking pussy, but for whatever reason, I just wanted to try this playstyle. Like, maybe this is the best way to go about it, but, like, you know, try doing this with just a two-hand only thing. Which that's, like, my secondary thing to use a two-hander now, but if I was doing that, like, no matter how much damage it would do, you're still getting fucked by the fact that there's way too much shit. Way too many enemies, they do way too much damage, they're way too health patty, there's all kind of problems with it. But in the context of this, it's like, we're making it take even longer to get to our destination than it would normally. Not only are we not fast traveling or using a mount or anything, or even using whirlwind sprint, but I'm also not, what do you call it? I'm also crouching the whole way. Crouching Argodian hidden Khajiit. The blockbuster winning film, haha. I don't know how far this place is, but we'll find it eventually. Or it's gonna be something involving a dragon or somewhere that I just can't even get to. Which again, at no point have I looked to see this could be like a real exercise in futility. That it could be like halfway across the map. It does make it seem like it's, I don't know. It's hard to judge. Like it doesn't seem that far, but who knows how far it could be. Even using this much of the UI could be questionable, that you almost shouldn't be allowed to do it or something. I might take a checkpoint once I get there just so I can whatever do something, but it doesn't mean it'll actually be a checkpoint. Like I said, I'll delete the save. It's just so that I can basically tab out or something. Or I guess I don't have to. I could just leave it, but I don't like doing that where you're kind of just in the game but you're not actually playing. You're AFK for a little bit. This is what I mean though. Like I could wait a year to play the game, but I'm not gonna rush it or do something over the top. Like we waited a year just to do this, just to go around looking for a fucking book again, just to literally stealth around the world. This is kind of a boring way to do it, arguably, but it's still kind of cool. Like all the fights we got to see and stuff along the way. But now, as soon as we get in there, we're going to go hard with the bow stuff, because we do have it, don't we? We took all the bow damage things, which we still have one of them on because we what do you call it? We just don't have a stealth thing, I guess, for the gloves, which is kind of hard to believe. I probably just missed it. But we're using the bow damage glove thing now, just because we had nothing else there, I guess. It's amazing how you can avoid so much conflict by doing this. Just all the random events that would happen, you're so stealthy that you're actually sneaking past them. Because it normally would never be this peaceful on a route. Not to jinx it now, but there'll be another dragon that comes out here. But maybe, hopefully, it won't aggro to me. This area is a hotbed for dragons, for sure. Right, like with the steam geysers and stuff. Although it's not really like that because, you know, it could be this fortress, maybe. I genuinely don't even know. It always just seems like it's further, but I guess if I went past it, then it would tell me. Now this seems really dangerous to try to go through it like this. I should go around. Belglow Keep. We had to do some quest here at some point. I almost want to kill that person, but you know what happens every time we try to do anything. Fuck. I'm just always scared of the outside of places. Like, it would be impossible. It would be literally impossible, or I'm just not feeling very confident, I guess. There's a couple Atronachs there. Oh, it's just too tempting. You know, you should be able to stun lock her, dumbass. Just too difficult to do this, man. The Atronachs are gonna get me. If this is really the boss of the area, though, I don't mind it too much. Come on, come on. With the speed, with the thing, with the stun, everything should be good. Fuck off. They always do this nice little matrix dodge. Imagine healing, dude. I could heal too if I wanted to. I just don't want to. Fuck off. You're gonna get clowned by the Atronachs or something. She's just gone. Oh, no, no. She's coming for me. I gotta respect that. I'll finish you off with my two-hander if you really want to come in like this, dude. What? Oh, shit. I got lucky with that animation almost. I always get overconfident like she's about to kill me with her stupid dagger or something. What? Wait, why am I going so slow? What happened? I'm like RP walking or something. I don't know if I hit like caps lock or something. But yeah, I was gonna make a joke like, oh, I hear you're an elf, because that's what we brought the Wootrad thing for the whole time. Let's wait for my thing to come back up. I'm not really using my things very strategically here. Like the absorb health or whatever. Like we should drain magicka here, which I don't even know how to do that. Like, whichever one it was. No. I'm gonna like fall off a cliff and die. Uh-oh. I didn't know there was another human there. I thought they were only Atronax and her. I don't know how strong he really is either, but... Okay, that answers that question. Oh, come on, man. Why is it always got to be like this? We need some sort of quick escape maneuver, but look at that epic thing down the mountain. If he hits me now, I don't know what to tell you, dude. This is so insane, though. Like, this is more unfair than I even thought it would be. You can't do anything. Like, you can't fight anybody. You're fucked. And you might say, oh, it's the playstyle, but it's not, because... like, whatever playstyle you do... I maxed out in archery. Maybe I don't have all the skill trees, and I guess I should just have more damage though. But like survivability wise, you're gonna get fucked no matter what. Right? Like, there's gonna be a 0% chance of you actually being able to survive a hit. You get the animation a lot. We were doing at least a decent amount of damage to those two, but just have to be a little more evasive or something. Now at least it seems like we're in a nice little more peaceful area, but we'll see what happens. We'll get caught by a highwayman, but we can just like swim past or whatever. This is a classic area where they always ask you for gold or something, which they do at least honor that, right? Like, it's not like oh, we'll try to kill you anyway. If you pay the thing, they'll just let you go. But yeah, why shouldn't I just be able to swim through? Being the stealth god that I obviously am here, which I kind of have to be. There's no way they'll be able to detect this. This is the best example of stealth that we've seen actually so far ever in my time playing this game, probably in the overworld. I never have any faith in it at all. So that's all it takes, but you have to be like a stealth god to actually do that. Like, to bypass the thing. But I guess you could do that anyway. Like, you could just swim around. Right? Like, that's all you have to do to subvert the bandit's bullshit thing. Wait, what? Oh, that means it must be this one. By process of elimination, or it must at least be in that direction. Man, now I don't know. I'm assuming it's this tower then. Fuck, the one place that I so strategically skip. Like, if we get in here, we should feel like... or like, it might not even be in a dungeon per se. It might just be in the... fucking... or now some archer's gonna hit me from up there. This is so annoying, actually, because... come on, we made it all the way here. I don't want to have to do this again, but there's the whole permadeath problem. Uh-oh. I'm going to run into something that I don't want to deal with either. All it would take is one little stray shot to get me here. Or I'll accidentally fall too much off a cliff. Gonna be tough, but that's how it's meant to be, I guess. What? Oh, I didn't even see her there, honestly. What the fuck, man? Ironic. I could sneak around others, but I could get snuck on myself, too. Please, dude, just give me a fucking break. This is like a bullshit style of play, though. Like, by wearing sneak stuff, I'm just gonna get fucked the whole time, I guess is what this means. And how is she this good at like chasing me like literally halfway across the map? Now we're gonna run into Saber Cat. Now we gotta turn them against each other like I always say. So expertly. There's no way you should be able to see where I am, man. Okay, you know what, dude? I almost might make an executive decision and just switch to my other shit right now, but if I can slowly pick off one of these at a time, I might be okay with that. The problem is I can't even tell where they are or anything. This seems a lot more difficult than... I don't know, I guess this style of play is just not working. I mean, it's working to get me to where I want to go, but it's not working to actually kill anything. I mean, it makes sense that you would have to use the bow thing, because if you do that, you know, my bow damage is going to be shit right now against all the health padding shenanigans. So it could be that it's not even in a dungeon because of the way the icon is showing it. It's like actually out in the overworld. So all I'd have to do is sneak through the building here and just get it and then go back, which is easier said than done, but this is actually insane. I have a hard time actually seeing right now, maybe just because it's nighttime and it's dark. Like, she came up on me and I didn't even know somehow. And like, to be fair, part of the center of my screen is always blocked by my mic just because of the positioning of it. But that normally isn't like a problem. Yeah, whenever something goes wrong, you can totally use it as an excuse. So we were kind of abusing the paralyzed one, which actually now I should be able to re-up that one. So that might be my best chance. If you just, of petrifying, although I guess it's not really necessary now. Because I use that in like a different life, I guess. Petrifying should be 4, right? So that might be your best chance, even though you're not always going to get it off. Problem is the whole fucking lot of them aggro too. In one shot. I'm having trouble actually seeing her though. Or is she not even there? Now she'll like come up from behind me. I should almost use like a dagger or some shit. I'll use a two-hander to do like a stealth melee type of kill or something. You try to disarm the trap. I can't believe, of all things, my lockpicking isn't at 100, despite... Imagine playing the game this long. Not that I always open every lock I see, but that's insane. Or it has to be like a higher level lock, that's why. Because we're like way too good, so these ones aren't even a challenge for me. But that is insane. That's the first thing you would think would get a good point, because... Now we got one hit in, but now this chick is going to be out here and just kill me. Oh, shit. Or she'll literally one-shot me with her bow, I bet. Very hard to fight them on, like, level ground because, you know, she'll do way more than me, and she has way more health than me, so it's not really fair. So I'm just kind of screwed. There's nothing I can do. And then we're going to dump in the water and end up near that saber cat. Now they normally have trouble chasing you in scenarios like this, but this almost just seems unfair and stupid. I don't remember it being this insane, or maybe again, just the choice to go in like this was not the best. I mean, if you really want to chase me down the hill, go ahead and do it, dude. At least you're kited away from your buddies enough. Okay, that's good. Now you gotta spam this shit until you, where'd he go? That's actually bad though, because that roll is gonna mean he's too close to me. Uh-oh. For fuck's sake. Even when something goes well, like the paralyze, you're still gonna get fucked by it because it causes him to roll down and come closer than he would have otherwise. Because now he has trouble actually swimming though. A bandit who doesn't know how to swim. What an embarrassment. This is so stupid, man. Now there's going to be too many of them together, but the paralysis is pretty good if you can actually land a hit, which I just can't do. Is that really their one weakness, that they just don't want to swim for some reason? Or they think I'm baiting them into a trap somehow? Now their health won't really come back. I mean, this is the kind of exploitative shit you got to do, but it's clever use of game mechanics because it's the only way you're going to get to do anything. I can't believe these little matrix bumps they do, man. Even with the slowdown, I can't seem to ever hit anybody. This is at least a good spot to keep kind of baiting them. Somehow they don't like the water. These are like the aliens from Signs. Like, that's their one weakness. You go to the lake and they can't do shit. It's only fair that you should do it like this, though, because you literally can't do anything. They'll literally one-shot your dumb ass no matter what you try to do. It's the only way to do it. I mean, it's too much. Okay, now this one's almost run out. Good thing she don't have a bow either, because, you know, she could outfox me that way too. This might seem like a cheese way to do it, but you have to cleverly deal with the adversity that you're up against, because it's just too much. It's actually impossible. At least we've kited some of them far enough away, but we should at least be able to use a shout or something that's going to be good, like push Rodan, knock them off the side of the map or something, which wouldn't even work here. That all depends on... That's one thing about the... what do you call it? The Darth Maul Obi-Wan fight that's like my own little interpretation that maybe people don't get or that I really like, is that it seems like Darth Maul force pushes him into the hole. So it's like, why couldn't he have done that in the beginning? Why couldn't he just force push him ever? But he waits until he like turns their position around so that Obi-Wan's back is facing the pit, and then he does it. Whereas the whole rest of the fight, they're not. So he kind of tricks him like, oh, Obi-Wan thinks he's gaining ground on him and they're having this fight, but then, you know, he pulls that out at the clutch time. Resisted paralyze. Okay, you gotta just stun lock her like this, which isn't even going to work because you're going to your soul gem is going to burn out here, obviously. Don't take a chance because she is going to one-shot you no matter what you do. And this is a total cheese, but there's nothing I can say because it's just not fair. This is the way you got to do it. So this is where the health sponginess, bullet sponginess can be a little bit too much. Arrow sponginess, more like it. Now, you should be stunning them a little bit with this, right? Like, or like the fire causes her to flee despite the fact that it's doing like approximately 0.5% of her health. And you might say, oh, get like a stealth hit, but you really can't because that'll take too long to keep resetting. Or like I should almost use the one that drains their stamina, and that'll eventually be worthwhile. And headshots and things like that don't really matter too much. I just love that. Like, why would you run away? Although I guess that's, you realize what my strategy is. But like, Bandit's weakness is that they can't swim. So I mean, literally, you'll get one shot too. I bet it will be. It's so fucking literally, or at least with the power attack, I'm sure it would be. Yeah, I should at least have like whirlwind sprint or some shit out here because this is just not right. Maybe her base attack won't kill me, but the thing will. The ultimate cheese, dude. Like, it's still a good experience that you have to like, you know, use strategy and do whatever, but it's a bit much. You have to do this much to deal with just basic shit. So on one hand, I like it that every encounter becomes so insane like this, but on the other hand, it's a little bit stupid. Or again, you're just almost exploiting it, but this is like, again, you're cleverly strategizing to try to survive in a harsh, unfair world. Even as the chosen dragonborn and all this shit, you just have to make it make the best of it. Even here, you'll get cocky and still fuck up. She'll have so much health that you'll get the kill animation, but then it won't actually kill her because the health value is so bugged out. That happens a lot. Like, you'll get the kill shot, right, where it'll slow down and zoom in and everything, but then they'll still be alive, and then they'll kill you after that because you never would have expected such a thing to happen. So the paralyze is like your best friend here. And the only downside, I guess, is the fact that it's very consumptive of the soul gems, but you can basically almost stun lock them with that. Let's actually play this however we have to play it to make this happen. And why they're still marked there, I don't know. It's not like they see me. We took out at least like 2 of them. And hopefully this is all it's going to be, but one of them is going to be the chief. And one of them is going to be... I don't know. They're all going to be capable, basically, of one-shotting me. What was that? Sounds like some chick's voice. Or this is where, like, oh, we're saving our gear for once we go in the dungeon. Like, the bow damage stuff. But we're not even doing it because, you know, it might be just outside, which is a good thing, too. I mean, imagine having to actually go through a dungeon. But it might be a little bit easier that way. This overworld stuff can be really tough sometimes. We'll try to abuse the petrified thing. We're burning through our soul gems too. There's at least 3 of them that we saw. One of them is probably the chief himself. We took care of the chick, I think, on the outside was the one who chased me all the way down there. It would be so nice if we just knocked one of these people off, but I'm too honorable, I guess, to do that. Or, again, there should be a bow, whatever, ability or something that's going to do that for me. You shoot them with a special arrow and it just... Oh, shit. You shoot them with a special arrow and it just knocks them off. That is the one thing that you don't have a restriction for, though, is the shout. Like, I should be allowed to do it, but this looks like the chief. And so we got to get out of there. I don't think he even really detected me, but and probably now he would. I don't know what I'm even trying to do with this. Like, you're going to paralyze them, but if you don't, you're just done for. You're literally fucked. Or the rolling is what's going to get your dumbass. Right, the rolling, because you're going to... Imagine that. He's rolling down the hill after me, and if he didn't do that, then he wouldn't be close enough to hit me, but now he will be. Like, this is good, so we can go end the combat encounter, and then we can... Uh-oh. Yeah, this at least I like. You gotta build up some distance between you. Critical strike. So actually, this would be amazing if it just had more durability, or if I had more of these. But there should be no, like, rule against that, that you can basically do that. Because there's nothing else that's gonna work like this, or I guess probably the... Okay, let's just reset, because there's no reason to do it like this. It would be the fact that you have the stamina... Shit. The stamina drain one could be good. Now, his health's not going to come back, so whatever we just did is actually going to be meaningful. And whether he's going to get kited by the water or whether he's going to reset is up to him. That'd be the greatest superpower of all, though, if he actually knew how to fucking swim. I could try to take him out here the same way if he's really so determined to come after me, but I kind of doubt it. Or the ones that actually have range are going to be the biggest problem that way, too. I think he just gave up. And again, the sneak attacks and stuff you're doing with it is not that big of a deal. There's just something about this that doesn't feel right, obviously, because of the AI element. Like, obviously, you're cheating them. If it was like an animal, you could maybe believe that you could do that to them. Or if it was like, I don't know, if it was like somehow... Even like the bullet sponginess doesn't make sense. Like, oh, you know, in Fallout 3, you're hitting them in the face. You're shooting them in the face with a gun, but they're just tanking it because they're meant to be so strong. But it doesn't make sense because, you know what I mean? Like, they're not... Now there'll be somebody who's even stronger than the bandit chief, right? They'll bait you into thinking that you're in the clear. But no, it's like you're in a situation where you have to justify it more believably. Like, okay, you have some kind of magical shield or something. This is the only thing I don't like is the fact that he's he'll, even if he gets paralyzed, he's gonna roll down the hill. Oh shit, I love that little juke though, to be fair, the Matrix. Now I'm taking a big gamble because my stamina is low, and I'm almost relying on the fact that either I can escape here into the water, or that he's actually going to get paralyzed, but he just refused to let that happen. So, like, either you got to come down here, or you just got to deal with it. There is something satisfying about this, but it's also like, wow, should you really have to do this much to just deal with a simple thing? But I guess that's the whole beauty of it. Oh shit, he did actually juke me in a way I wasn't expecting. I was like, he's gonna come around some other way. I mean, what if he can actually swim though? Then I'm actually dead. I can't actually do anything. I didn't know they were this averse to swimming. I thought sometimes they would chase after you to do something, but I guess if they have range, then they're still a threat. This guy seems a little bit smarter, like he comes at weird angles, but he'll come around here and I'll just try to paralyze him. I'm not gonna take a chance, dude. He's gonna turn into Darth Vader from Return of the Jedi and just throw his fucking thing at me. Come back. I'll kite your dumbass till the end of time. Or you know what's bad is my stamina is super low, but he's just immune to it now. Stop saying he's resisting it. He's literally immune. I haven't been able to do it in like an hour. Oh shit, what's he doing? He's like trying to find a different angle. It's just utterly ridiculous that you can actually do this, but... Okay, let's wait for my stamina. I do like this sort of kiting position, though, that we can take him this far and really abuse the water. Or he'll get that little one-hit kill animation. That's what you got to be very weary of here, for sure. But be careful how much stamina you're really expending. I cannot hit anything, obviously, even when you're at close range like that. How you missed that one, dude? Gotta get like one hit each time, but I can't even do that. Okay, that's good. Yeah, you just need like some sort of ballista type shit. Maybe that's what a crossbow is. Like where it has a much wider arc, or where it actually knocks them back or some shit. How does he keep doing that? He's actually using the undergrowth and shrubbery and shit to his advantage a lot. And you'll get impatient once and actually fuck it up. Or you'll think, oh, he's about to die, and he goes in that animation on the ground, and so now you'll get overly aggressive and try to cheese him and do the little right click to show off, like, oh, ha ha. But you can't do that because you got to remember how much health he actually has. So whenever you think he's dead, he's not even close to dead. It'll take another 100 shots to get him now. Crit or no crit. That's all you have a nightmare about, though, here is getting stuck in some sort of stupid animation. Like, this is honestly how you have to play it if this is what you're going to do. Or at least in the overworld, maybe in... No, but even in a dungeon, you kind of still have to keep going... Oof, back and forth and stuff. Yeah, keep going further. It makes you an easier target. But not for me, because I'm... What? Wait, he actually swam. He actually swam, or he found a way that... Oh shit, a wounded bandit swims farthest. What happened? He's low enough that you should be able to deal with it, but how did he do that? He suddenly found a route that he could get by either without needing to swim, or he did actually swim. That's the one thing for sure you can say about bandits, is that they float. They all float, like the fucking guy from It says. Or not the guy from It itself says. So he confused himself, though. with that amazing Michael Phelps little fucking dash. And so now we're hidden again, but then where did he go? What happened? Okay, he's there, but now our positions are not ideal. Or maybe he trapped himself on that island, the ultimate bait. Oh my god. Can't even hit a target that doesn't even know you're there or know that you're trying to hit them. I mean, now you should be able to handle it, though, either way. But we're not really staggering him the way that you would expect to. See, now that is a fake kill animation. That is 100% not going to kill him. Or it did. Or let me guess, I got baited into the fact that it wasn't there that the thing was. It's actually going to be in here. But it doesn't show it's in here. It could be, like, I don't know. It's like in the vicinity of one of these two. So if it's not here, then it's there. Oh god, that would be the ultimate bait. It almost seems like it's just up in that tower. So there's only like a couple more of them left, and even the bandit chief we've dispatched. So the petrifying one is actually the MVP. If you can just cheese it with that, then you've got nothing to worry about because you can just always do that. Right, like that one is just so spammable. The only other alternative, I guess, is just using the one that drains their stamina. And that's pretty good because you can kind of get them in the same situation, which I've experimented with before. But it's a little bit harder to figure out exactly how that works. You have to hit them such an insane number of times first to be able to get their stamina that low, and then you can spam it. But getting them to that point could take forever, I guess. Or whatever amount that they're burning by attacking you and running after you and stuff. Obviously also comes into play there, but this shout is not really impressing me at all, though. We have the one dude over here. We have a one dude over there. I really do feel like this has got to be where the book is. I hope it is. Not that I'm in a rush to do this or whatever, but I mean, look, dude. We've spent a lot of time doing this. The problem is here, of course, that the archers can one-shot you. And the reason why they can one-shot you is because that's just, again, how this thing works. So I got to be careful. Probably nothing of much consequence here. I don't really want to fight him from here either. What? Now, how the fuck did he not see me there? This is another one of those overworld type tropes. They haven't seen me. They have not seen me yet. But it's a little bit harder to kite an archer for what it's worth. Okay, now you look at their health value and you realize that you're basically fucked because it's going to take a century to kill them. Although, of course, they don't even know that I'm here right now. I feel like sometimes that makes them detect you even more. But it just makes them like, it puts them on alert. And how is that even cooling down so fast? Like now you're even getting the stealth bonus hit on her. Because, whatever, sneak attack. You can maybe cheese it over the corner here. So we go from cheesing in the water to cheesing in the corner. I didn't know this had such a short cooldown. I feel like something's wrong. I thought this was supposed to be 30. Huh. Let's just wait a little bit. So you got at least 3 enemies left, and hopefully the book in there. If it's not, then I don't know what to tell you, but you got to use that Mehrunes razor thing or whatever. They can get an instant kill, or we need that effect for a bow. Disenchant that shit and use it, because it's like you'd have a better chance trying to do it that way than anything else. Otherwise, it just takes forever to do this. Okay, she's coming a little bit too close. Yeah, is someone there? Like, I'm gonna friendly just, yeah, I'm here. Hi, how's it going? Like, what the fuck do you expect? Okay, we actually level up here, which we did have happen a lot earlier the last time. You could even hit her dumbass from here, but that's gonna be hard. Damn, look, what a shot. What a shot. That you genuinely shouldn't be able to detect me. Even if it was like real life, you'd probably be like, where the fuck did that come from? That was an unironically huge shot, but it doesn't matter because okay, this dude's curious around the rocks. Fully on the other side of the map. Where did the chick go, though? I thought there was a chick on the bridge. Now it looks like a dude. They could go back up there, but she's gonna surprise me now. She probably padded through here. Or I guess it probably tells you even where the book it'll, even if you don't look on the map, it'll tell you the location. Right, but I kind of just gloss over it, or I wasn't really paying attention. Let's go our tried and true way, but one little arrow could dome me and be the end of it. I mean, look, dude. Look. Look. I tried maybe, oh my god, just in tradition, it feels like we have to do it. We have to get the book. We have to do it my way. One thing I'll do here is I'll actually cheat it a little bit and maybe look, because I want to see that at least it's in there. I think we've already verified that it pretty much is. So we would just have to get back there. Fuck off, man.
The Eye of Magnus here.
Like, we were doing it too. I don't know what more the game wants from me because
The eye had it been put to better use.
it's just, yeah, we could have used it to get some books because it's so overpowered that we would need something like that to carry us.
There are more books to be recovered and secured here in the Arcanium.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Please don't ban me from doing these because I'm addicted to them. No, it doesn't tell you, actually. But yeah, let's look at the map now, finally. Because I think that had to be it. Because we were like, whoops. Where the fuck is that? It was a long-ass path, though, to get there. Or maybe we don't even have it tracked or anything yet. No, I think we do. Get rid of these. I don't know why that was even tracked itself. So that was the Valentine Towers. So look, dude, maybe we should unlock fast travel just in principle. But normally I don't like to do it like that, but just I should be able to still do it though. Like I'll just run there and just do it. Fuck. Hang on. Yeah, this is a little more insane though than I even bargained for. But somehow, okay, we'll try to get there a little faster. We don't have to go the same route or anything. I'm trying to think like it's that getting one shot by stuff like that I find so stupid. Like, why does it have to be? Or you know what it is? You have like this even restoration ability that would save you from that. Even in a permadeath context, that's the most important ability. At least when that happens, you know to get out of there. Avoid death once a day. So like, I could wait for X amount of time or sleep in a bed or something. At least you get that once over. Or you would think it would have been a day's worth of time elapsed just from the amount of time it takes me to get there. Because it is pretty far. It is like, not like halfway across the map, but it's at least out of the snow biome. Yeah, let's go a different way, I guess. Like this. We at least found the location, so all we would have had to do is go a little further. And I even said that as soon as it happens. As long as we don't get one shot by an arrow on the way out. Like, what the fuck, dude? We could use whirlwind sprint. Like, I don't really care, dude. None of this stuff is, like, restricted for me. It's just, like... I was trying to play it all stealthy, but now I'm... Since it's out in the overworld anyway, what are we saving all the other shit for? Bows do more damage. Bows do more damage. Bows do more damage. Where else is it? Sneaking is better. Sneaking is... Wait. Oh, no. I mean, I just took that off. Bows do 14% more damage. So what? We don't have boots that actually make bows do more damage? I guess not. Like, how much total do we have then? Whatever. It's still better than... Only one of them should be a sneaking thing. So we didn't have gloves for sneaking, and we don't have boots for bows. right? So we have to at least compromise with one of them, which is fine. Even that, you probably have something better, but I just was so enamored by the ebony thing that I just went with it. Now you should be doing a shitload of damage with the bow itself, as far as whatever, like with a sneak attack and stuff like that. Like, where's the one that makes the sneak attack do it by like 5 times? I do have 100 archery, but I guess I never did a lot of these perks. Or I feel like I've done other characters where I have some of this stuff, so I think 15% chance of paralyzing. We'll just use the thing anyway. Arrow stagger all but the largest opponents. Critical. Where is the one that just does more? Oh no, that would obviously be in sneak, which of course I don't have at a very high level. One of these is like very deadly aim here. Sneak attacks now do 3 times damage, which is not really that big of a deal. Like, I don't see why that even matters. I thought it was way more than that. Where is more snow, in the game or in real life? Actually, I was even saying that earlier, like, it's kind of beautiful here in the game. Like, it's not that snowy, and it's kind of, oh shit, what's happening? But no, it's not even a white Christmas for me where I live, although normally we get a lot of snow. There's nothing. It's, you can see the grass and stuff. Okay, let's actually use this, which is only fair to do. And I don't know why we can't stun lock them as well as we normally do. Like, it's not even doing anything. It staggers all but the largest opponent. So what are you saying about this poor Khajiit? That they're overweight or something? Yeah, it's not that snowy in-game, and it's even less snowy in real life somehow. Which I don't really even mind it too much if it is, but it is just surprising. Okay, even when you try to avoid the dynamic encounters, it's not going to let you. But no, I was saving all this shit for, I'll do it once I go in the dungeon, but now I can't because there is no dungeon. It's literally on the overworld. Why won't you get staggered? I mean, at least I wouldn't expect that they would actually one-shot me, but there's almost not much I can do, though. Just have to wait, or I could use my two-hander. There's no rule against that. Fuck, how the fuck do you not hit them there, though? And I don't have enough stamina to even do this shit. You're not really hitting me for that much. So if you're just draining life, you can almost out damage. Oh wow. I'm even talking trash like, oh, you're not hitting that much, but you can't get caught in a double power attack of a dual wielding fucking enemy. Every way you go, there's some danger. This is like way harder than I remember it. But I guess this playstyle is just dog shit. The shield is one of the best because it really makes it so you're not actually getting one shot by everything. Including even dragons and stuff like that, but you can't really rely on it, but it's just nice to have it. Okay. Let's go ahead and do all that. Come on, this should be like the last life that we should be able to do it in this one. Otherwise, we break my epic tradition of always being able to actually do one of these. Bows. What else is here? Bows. Sneaking is fine. So everything should be bows besides that. Which even then you saw that it wasn't doing really all that much damage.
Check it out, but be careful. All right, then.
Yeah, be careful, by which I mean don't get hit by a single thing, because this isn't permadeath, it's actually hitless. It's a hitless run like my Dark Souls 2 run became, because if you do get hit once, you just die anyway, because you're, in that context at least, you're whatever, like we'll end up back here, just we haven't even left the college, so that still counts. That we can't save it anywhere outside. But no, it's basically like, you know, you're not getting anything besides one stat. So like you're getting only strength or only dexterity. So of course everything is going to be one-shotting you anyway. Although that didn't happen in Dark Souls 1 because somehow either like the Ring of Favor and Protection or just it's not tuned in such a way that it wants everything to one-shot you, but Dark Souls 2 doesn't give a shit, or it's like very close sometimes to one-shotting you, but it still gives you enough time, and with the iframes and everything. The whole ADP in Dark Souls 2 is so cheese because it's like it'll undo that and it'll do it in the other direction. Like, not that it's undoing the iframes, but you'll dodge something perfectly, but it'll still hit you because you just don't have enough ADP. Like, it's a very strange mechanic to have in a game like that, and it's very visually confusing too. So there'll be that same stupid assassin here, I'm sure. Not very stealthy, how they just run at you in the open. Or now we're getting a little stoned. I can't believe there's so many big streamers though who are actually streaming on Christmas. It's surprising because not only like they should probably have stuff to do in real life, but also who's gonna be really watching, at least in that big of a quantity of people. Like, sure, some people might watch here and there, but like you're not gonna get 100K viewers or some shit like some of these people normally do, or you wouldn't think it. But somebody's literally at the family dinner table and watching XQC sneakily under the table. Like, this is what modern whatever entertainment has come to. Let's see how long it would take me to actually get here. Okay, how have I committed crimes, dude? I don't know what I did. How could I have committed crimes against Winterhold if I literally... Oh, maybe it's the aura of my stealth thing that's actually doing damage to people inadvertently. But like, it doesn't make sense because I just came out of the college, so like, how am I supposed to... Oh, shit. Now, there's nothing I can do about this. Maybe a whirlwind sprint my way to freedom, but that's actually very scary. I was watching all these, like, wildlife videos yesterday for some reason, like, a crocodile fights a tiger, or this or that. I almost want there to be a game like that that lets you play as, like a realistic, not in any sort of sadistic way, but, like, you know, like just like a good gameplay simulator where it's like, you know, you get to play as all these different animals and fight against each other, like how people would do that in Far Cry 3, like the map editor, where it's like you could pit 100 tigers versus 100 alligators or something like that. And so it would lead to these scenarios where basically you would just see like who would win, 100 pirates or 10 tigers or all these kind of fun. Oh, please. Whatever, those kind of matchups. So it'd be cool to see that, like, one player plays as a crocodile, one player plays as a tiger, and you have like realistic mechanics of like how they would actually attack and fight and stuff. It seems like a weird idea for a game, but either there probably is one like that or there should be one like that. Animal battle simulator, but it would have to like play it really realistically. Oh shit, man, we're totally off the beaten path here. I don't know how to even get there from here, and I wouldn't dare to use a map. At least whirlwind sprint helps to cover up for some of our shit. Like, it would have even saved us from dying that one time, because we would have just we could have done that instead of just trying to run away. How the fuck did I end up here? That's the whole beauty of it. Even as much as I played this game, I wouldn't even know exactly how to navigate the map, or like, you know, even with the help of this, I wouldn't know exactly where I am. We somehow end up in, what is this even called? Windhelm? Yeah, Windhelm. Some of the cities are not very impressive in this game, though. Like, Morthal is fucking dog shit. It's got, like, the one burnt down house, and it's just, like, a little village. Like, some of them don't really feel like major cities, but it's supposedly meant to be one. I'm gonna swim in the water and die of hypothermia. Like, this is how this session is going, like, where everything is destroying me. But our Argonian in particular should be especially used to that. I don't know why I even chose one. There wasn't any special meaning to it. Just like they looked cool, or they were like the first one in the list. And then like 1,000 hours later, you've actually committed to it as like a main character. I've made all kind of other characters and all kind of other weird runs, but just generally, okay, that might actually be it. Even though it doesn't seem like it would be. At least we're getting out of the snowy area, kind of. And that's always like a good story characterization, though, too. That's why the Nord are so tough and hardy or whatever, or like the dwarves in Warcraft and stuff, is because they have to deal with the harshness of the cold and everything. So they have no choice but to be that way, right? Just as a survival thing. Or like I always said that about the Horde, that one RP quote, like, fear not the barren land, said the Horde, because it will find nourishment in our sweat or in our blood. Like, just they sort of take pride in the adversity that they deal with. Oh yeah, like the humans have the cushy little elven forest and the beautiful forest and this and that of Teldrassil and all this kind of stuff, but we have to deal with the barrens and the desert and Duratar and the undead areas like Tirisfal. So like, they obviously have it a lot more rough, but they kind of make the most of it and still manage to be very obviously capable in their own way. That's like a house where somebody's dead and there's a book and there's like a saber cat or something. We should be getting close, but all these winding ways around the mountain can be a little bit, that actually scared me. Imagine dying to a skeever. Like, even though everything scales up to you still in some way, right? Certain enemy types are just always weak or always strong. Like, you know, you encounter a saber cat at level 1, it's not going to scale all the way down to you there. Or like this, you're going to encounter a skeever at level whatever, 64, and it's still going to be relatively pretty weak. So there are certain limits like that. Okay, I think we're pretty close. I just don't know how exactly to deal with this. I should be doing a lot more damage at least, but that still doesn't solve the innate problem of basically getting one shot by everything. Like, fuck it, I'll even use the map because we have a general idea of where we're trying to go anyway. Okay, yeah, it's not too far. I was actually disappointed when I played this game the first time because, like, you start out at whatever, Helgen or something, right? Where is that? You start off at Helgen and you get from Helgen to Riverwood in like 5 minutes or less. So I'm like, wow, you went from there to there on the map in like such a short amount of time. That makes the game look kind of small when you consider, you know, that means I could go from here to there in like 10 minutes or 20 minutes. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. But what you don't realize is the density of the areas, or like all the different dungeons and the dynamic events and stuff like that that happen. So yes, it is kind of not as big of a map as some games, but there's so much more to it than just the mere size of the map. Oh, now we're gonna have to go through some shit that I don't want to do to get there. I'm not here, dude.
Hand over your valuables, or I'll gut you like a fish.
Fuck you.
Don't you walk away from
Have some Argonian honor where you don't pick on your own kind at least. Honor among snakes, honor among lizards. Okay. Come on, it should be coming up. I can literally just fucking get away like this, probably. I wish I could almost just sneak in there and just do it, but not going to be that simple. Like, I remember it being hard last year, but it wasn't this hard. Like, you do one quest just to get a book on legendary difficulty. It really is just a fault of my playstyle, I guess, that I'm trying to do all this kind of cutesy stealth shit. But like, using a bow shouldn't be this bad. I don't get it. What is that? He's not gonna be an enemy. He's like some farmer or some dumb shit, probably.
Greetings, brother. You look weary.
What are you talking about?
Skooma, the sweetest moon sugar, at a fair price, of course.
Doesn't seem legal. Just give me what we want.
Each has their own way.
Okay. At least he's not too pushy about it. Okay, so where the fuck could it be from here? Yeah, we do all this to avoid getting trapped by the highwayman that wants to make us pay 200 gold to cross by the path, but that doesn't even matter because we have to do it anyway. There it is, I think. We kept pulling them down here and then we kite them or whatever, like they can't swim, so that's the ultimate cheese. Them being very honorable too by not using like Fusrodan and just knocking them off the thing. This is at least one of those key spots where that would be good. But yeah, that's one thing I thought when I first started playing. It's like, oh yeah, that's going to be the only shot you get, or you're only going to get a couple. I didn't realize there'd be like such an insane number of them with all these different like transformative gameplay elements, like, you know, oh, it slows down time and all this kind of stuff. I didn't know they would go that far with it. Hey Stars, how's it going? You can't hear? Well, I can't really type right now either, but I at the test. I wish there was a way I could type like without, because I kind of have my other computer and I'm logged in, but I can't really reach it. Detected. How am I detected? Or yeah, ask me to pay the money.
Hold it. This here's a toll road, see? You're gonna have to hand over, say, 200 gold if you want to use our road.
Sure.
Wise move. Now get out of here, you goat licker, before I decide the toll's going up.
Now, will I be able to take it off of her corpse after I kill her? Let's pretend like we'll play it cool. Like, oh yeah, we're just going on our way, and we would have too. We would have let it go. But this dumb bitch wants to talk shit to me after I'm already gone. Like, you got your money, don't push your luck, dude. I'm just paying because I don't want trouble, but there's gonna be no other way to do this, or she has a pretty good sight on me as I'm trying to sneak very conspicuously. I'm going to go now. I hope you had a good day. Merry Christmas. Okay, I see. I should type something at least for that. Hang on. What does he mean by that? He has a test on Christmas Day? What sense would that make? Okay, we're not even gonna get the sneak kill here, but we're gonna at least get just killed by her, probably. That's cute, but it's not going to do anything because it's just too fast. Or we could abuse the water even here. Like, we wouldn't have to go all the way down. But at least the amount of damage I'm doing with the bow should be a little more considerable here. They always have trouble with this rock formation, but then again, they do eventually get down. It's just, you can really exploit the fact that they don't have the ability to swim. Or at one point, the bandit chief overcame that, and they somehow, like, what's it called? Like thalassophobia or something, like where you're afraid of the water or you're afraid of deep. There's so many fears that are like, you know, oh, like fear of dying. Like, why would you not be afraid of that? Or like fear of whatever, fear of heights. Like, who would want to be on top of a multi-story building where you could potentially fall off? There's so many things like, yeah, it's only normal that you'd be afraid of whatever. Some things I can understand, like arachnophobia. Okay, you know, nobody really likes spiders, but you don't have to be super afraid of them either. But you can get yourself killed that way because, you know, look how she goes all guerrilla warfare, try to avoid my line of fire there. Oh my god, good job too. They keep kiting her here. Come on, we got to do it this time. I've wasted enough time doing this shit. So now she's gonna keep doing the same thing over and over. So what got me killed last time was the bow. And I don't really know what to do about that because she seemed pretty content just sort of staring me down there. Yeah, I need like a better system like that though to be able to use chat. Like, what if somebody actually is doing something I have to ban them for? It'd be so inconvenient and awkward for me to actually do that. Yeah, just sit there and take it, dude. I can't use my stealth ability apparently. Why does nobody ever get staggered here? That's what I don't get. Or we're gonna end up doing the most amount of damage with the AoE thing. Just because of how dog shit our damage seems to be. Really is just disappointing though. We got all our damage gear on too for it. Oh, now all of a sudden you want to take a dip in the water. I didn't realize how bad they could be exploited like this though. Certain animals I thought like that, but I guess humans are a form of animals anyway. Look at how she's all sneaky, stealthy, but not really gonna do you much good. Got an arrow sticking out of your fucking head, but it doesn't matter. You can just tank like an infinite amount of stuff. And then how much you want to bet that would have one-shot me though? You can always do that just to be sure. You gotta have a better way to do a 360 though and do it quicker. But yeah, like why would the arrow ever have blood on it? It's not like you're, you know, once it hits them, it's too far away for you to see it. But once it's in the quiver, why does it look like some of these actually have blood on them? Yeah, don't take a chance, although that didn't go very far. She can take a dip in, but she's too afraid to really go for it, huh? This is so stupid, man. Like, I understand that you kind of have to do this, and you know, this is the style of play that sometimes happens with this, but it's not, doesn't have to be this bad. I just felt like my bows did more somehow. She literally power attacked herself deeper into the water than she's ever been before, than any bandit has ever been before. Like, even the sneak thing just doesn't work here, though. What am I supposed to do? You'd have to keep resetting them, I guess. Which I can't really do because... Or I guess you can, but... I don't mean like that. Reset, like, just by the water, but... You know, in a dungeon, maybe it's more suited for that, or maybe not even that good, but... What? Not even trying to hurt the poor fox. Why does it seem like it froze now? Okay, let's go one at a time with these. We do have a whirlwind sprint. You're not really going to have a way to deal with the archers, though, super well. And so you'll just get one shot by them, and that'll be it. Yeah, but this stupid chick actually took my 200 gold. Oh yeah, I didn't even check to process whether it's like, there's the dude up there. There's a dude up here, too. There's like 4 of them now. And this archer's gonna have my number for sure. He has no idea that I'm even there, and I hit his arm there, but that doesn't count, I guess. I'm even saying the range hitboxes aren't that bad. But like, how is he not getting a better idea of where I am in all this? This is a good way to at least cheese it, but he's not, this is not normally how it works. Or maybe just by the fact that I'm... But like, how does this guy know to rush me, but nobody else does? Or I guess he's just kind of looking around. That's kind of good if it stays like that for a long period of time. Like, if you just lets you keep abusing it, but... I don't know why. Normally they'll run away or they'll get closer to detecting you because you're literally shooting them in the face with an arrow. Very conspicuously. But yeah, that's the way it's meant to be played. Just literally stand there and keep sniping the guy. At least if some of these are weaker, I can deal with it, but... Yeah, like that. That's how it should go. The majority of them should be weak like that, but they're not. Here's the fucking clown bandit chief. See, now he'll figure out where I am if I keep doing that. You got to take advantage of him around the... And that was a sneak attack too. But even... No. Fuck. Even that is not going to be enough because he's going to snipe me with an arrow. I swear to God. He literally one-shot me, I swear. I don't even fear the bandit chief quite as much, although I should use the paralysis thing if I'm going to do anything. Yeah, you'll get goaded into doing your whirlwind sprint here, and then you'll end up doing it like over a height like this, and then you'll die to fall damage. And that might be exactly what's actually going to happen here. But this is a good spot to bait the chief into, because then he'll be struggling to swim. I actually don't mind this too much. I should almost do this until it paralyzes him, and then I should switch to the fire one. But then you want to keep spamming the paralyze until, you know, even when they're paralyzed, you try to do it again, so you just stun lock them. There's no doubt that he'll one-shot me, but I don't know where he went. Oh, what a shot, dude. Yeah, go in the fucking water this time, dude. Let me try to warm you up. That water's pretty cold. That was good because it happened at the perfect time. Just as he was approaching me, but you can't depend on that. Yeah, do your little stupid battle cry, do your matrix dodges. Like, we're doing a decent amount of damage to him. It just takes forever. I don't mind if there's even one enemy like this, but I hate when there's so many other ones, like the highwaymen or whatever. Like, the archer has like a ton of health. It goes from one extreme to the other. Like, we one-shot the one guy on the bridge, and then everybody else takes like an hour to kill. Not the greatest use of whirlwind sprint, but I mean, I don't know what to do here. Oh yeah, he's gonna curl up in the corner like that other chick did too. Yeah, my stagger though is not working. You might say, oh, it's because he's like a boss type enemy, but it's really not, because of the simple fact that it's not happening on like anybody for some reason. I'm getting a little greedy for the damage values here, but it's okay. That little bit is still enough to get out of whatever range of attack he has, but any attack he does, he'll get me in that one-shot animation too. I'm just way too squishy, so you either just need more health or you need like better armor or something, but you know, it is a little bit surprising that it's this extreme. At least the one thing I'm used to, or you know, preconceived that is gonna one-shot me is like a dragon or something. That much I can deal with, but anything beyond that seems a little bit surprising. Or even again like a chief, but then when that random dude does it with the bow, although bows are notorious for having that happen, unless they're my bow, obviously, as the player, but generally it can be very devastating. Their dodges are actually pretty impressive sometimes. Yeah, that was a very dangerous spot to go in. I don't know why I did that. Like, this should be it. You beat this guy and then it's done. You're in the clear, but somehow it's just not that simple. That archer is the one big problem, actually. These crits are nice, but it's not really that big of a deal. That's why sneak is kind of overrated, or at least in this context where they start to have infinite health. It's like, what does it matter if you get one good sneak hit? It's not going to do enough. Or there'll be some point where you can make your build to where it really will do enough, but 2 to 3 times damage doesn't matter when it's taking 100 shots to kill them. So it'll take like 97 instead. Okay. Well, at least that didn't kill me. Let's just wait now, I guess. I'm actually kind of shocked. So even some of the regular chicks kill me in one hit, but this dude won't. Let's just not even take a chance. See, we got maybe a little cocky because he's getting low. Because he was getting low or something. Or now he'll randomly learn how to swim. What the fuck, man? Close range, point blank, standing still, using your slow down time thing, everything. He's baiting me in here even because he's going to have so much health left still. Like, even that still won't kill him. Even that still won't kill him, or it does. Why can't the chief just drop the fucking book for all things I consider? Like, why do you got to do it like this? especially effective against undead. But a lot of the tooltips too in this game are not very descriptive, or it doesn't even give you like proper damage values of what you're doing. There should always be an option for that. You kind of have to estimate how much you're doing based on what you're fighting. Like, yeah, I could like do a new enchantment or something and be like, oh, look how much more damage I'm doing, but compared to what? Because you don't know what that music is, even the one like when you beat an area, but well, like when you clear a dungeon. You wouldn't know what you're comparing it against because it could be some other enemy type, or it could have scaled up to your level. So it would be kind of important to have some sort of, you're doing like a fixed X amount of damage, like I'm doing 500 or something, and it tells you in some of the tooltips, but it won't as you're actively fighting, with all resistances and all other considerations and stuff like that. So I don't know how they're really detecting me here, but they'll just one-shot me with a bow. So there's always this one guy like above your head too, so it's a little bit tricky that way to figure out. Or almost the one that I should use is just yeah, this guy had a real hard time actually figuring out where I was, or like he wouldn't even, yeah, see, at least here he's padding away, but somehow he's just standing there and taking it in a way that no enemy usually does, which I'm happy with that. But again, this is literally the kind that would like one-shot me. It's not even like I'm really staggering him either. Or imagine the one evasive maneuver he makes is to get on his knees and be in this like weakened state just because, fuck, what did he do? He like jumped off? It looked like he really did. Or now he'll come from outside and kill me that way.
Over here.
What the f... I was joking, dude, like I said it the last time. Oh, please. What do I do? That's so fucking stupid, man. No, no. Because he'll just dole me with an arrow and he'll one-shot me because that's just how these enemies work. So fucking dumb, man. Why am I getting clowned so much by the game today, dude? I wait a year for this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh! How is it possible, bro? Like, what happened? He jumped off the fucking bridge and then came from around, and then somehow... I don't understand, even. Can I get some lower elevation so they can't hit you? This is where the high ground is a disadvantage, because they can't even see you from there. Apparently I'm hidden, but I don't even trust it now. I should use that other shout that lets you see all the life forms like around you or something. Holy shit, bro. I can't tell whether I would have liked this more if I did a dungeon or not. Like, you know, if you would have had to go inside and do one. I feel like sometimes that's easier, but I'm not even going to really say that. Or I guess what you can do there is you can always cheese by going in and out or something. Although I wouldn't typically do that per se. Yeah, shouts are the one thing that there shouldn't be any restriction on. Like, even using Fusroda, I wouldn't say I'm not allowed to do that, but it feels like that would be a little too cheese. You could hit that guy's dumbass from up here, but... Or maybe that's not even him, but there is somebody up there. Let's try to finish off that one archer who got pretty low, although now it's confusing because somebody fell down here, so I don't know where they all are. Presumably he went back up. He actually cheated death a couple times there, whether it's because of the restoration perk or whether it's because whether it's because of the fact that it's just dumb luck that they didn't one-shot me when a lot of things normally do. That could have been like the kill animation that you get. This time he falls off for real. We kind of padded back up. So there's the one guy here. There's the one guy probably across. Right, so those should be the two main enemies that we have. Problem is this guy's also going to be an archer, and he's also going to one-shot me. Like, you should almost be able to hit him through the bottom of that. I could try using my two-hander, but I really don't feel comfortable doing that.
Go to the college. Use your smarts, he said. Like I'm supposed to figure out which college he meant.
Oh, did he do that meme right there? Is that actually what that's from? Not the arrow to the knee meme, but that came from go to the college, they said. It'll be fun, they said. There's no way that's actually from Skyrim. Okay, we hit him a couple times. He doesn't have a ton of health, actually. I gotta be careful about the archer probably across the other side who's gonna one-shot me though too. But I mean, this guy's gonna one-shot me for sure, I bet. I just don't know exactly what to do here. Be better just to wait. Maybe they'll reset. If he comes through here though, I gotta be very vigilant. Seems like he's pretty content just staying where he is. So we just gotta rinse and repeat and do that same thing over like a million times. And then we just have to make our treacherous trek back to the college. But we're in such a spot that we're staying detected even though nothing's really happening. So I don't really understand. It's just always like the sneak attacks don't do as much as they really should. I guess it's because it's a bow, so it wants to penalize you for that a little bit compared to the, you know, it'll do like 5 times or 15 times more based on the using melee. But because you can cheese it from a range, it's a little bit different. For all I know, he could one-shot me, so I don't want to take a chance with that. I don't know who it is on the other side that would be a problem. Right, there is somebody there, and he probably has a bow too. I can't figure it out though. He's like on the cliff. I think I see him. Isn't it? Yeah, I think I see him there. So again, all these archers are probably gonna one-shot me or something. Imagine he fucking hits me there, dude. Imagine. You can go as far as you want. I just don't understand how this is going to happen. Or we'll end up aggroing some saber cat or some other random thing. It's a very, very difficult encounter. I don't know why it's this insane. What? Why can't I get them to like fucking fight each other or something, bro? And how's he so committed that he was able to do this? So I didn't aggro a saber cat. Everything I'm saying comes true in some from a certain point of view, like you know, instead of a saber cat, it's a bear. So is the bear gonna help me and fight him or something? Like an animal companion type of thing? Okay, we're out of we're in the clear now. I guess the bear just didn't have much, he couldn't bear to come in the water. Are you serious? I love this. You're getting detected, but I don't even see him myself, which is maybe more of a me problem, but I don't know where he is. You'd have a better chance just like juking him running past and just getting the thing and getting out of here than actually trying to kill him. Like, this is utterly redonkulous. Or you know what I should use is that whirlwind weapon or whatever, but it doesn't actually work because you would have to maybe I have to trust that He won't one-shot me, but he will. He literally will. You got to use that as like a gap closer. You don't do it to, look how he's totally looking in the wrong direction. What is this, like Splinter Cell, where he's going for the last sound that he heard or something? It's the fact that, I don't know what's going on. You know, who would think that you would use that to get close? But that's the best way to deal with an archer, is actually go point blank range. Can't you tell from my own style of play that I can't hit anybody? But oh wait, that just happens no matter what, whether they're close or far. You wait for your health to go full. So he's not one-shotting me, but maybe sometimes he randomly will. Go back to your stupid tower. I'll get you on the way back. So here he would theoretically one-shot me. At least this much I like, that if you give me that much room for error. But I don't know whether that thing is saving me maybe sometimes, or like will take so incredibly long that it'll actually reset the avoid death thing. Like, what if I just use that one, the Aura Whisper? Okay, so there he is, kind of walking away. I don't want him to be this close as I'm trying to hit him, but we'll just kind of watch his little march back in shame after failing to kill me. Just gotta remember Whirlwind Sprint is actually not on there. How much health does he have left either? I can't remember. This isn't exactly the most favorable spot to fight him. In fact, I almost prefer it when he's on the higher ground somehow. Like when he's on the bridge, then you have the ability to hide behind the tower and stuff too. Here is kind of too open, so I don't know what's gonna happen. Although it is tempting to just kind of go for it, I don't like it. He didn't even see me, and he might not if I just go here, so that's a good thing. We'll just kind of keep gaslighting him a little bit with an arrow in his shoulder, like, oh, it must have been the wind. It's no big deal, because he doesn't know what hit him. We're back to square one. We can just keep doing it, and he'll just keep walking back like it is what it is, dude. The pitfalls of one of the best games of all time, but again, you don't have to do it like this per se. I think stealth is one of the playstyles that is a little bit questionable that way, though. Where did he go? But he went like all the way back that quickly? How? Normally he must have like run back somehow. Or maybe like he thought I was there, so he... So there's probably only these two left, I think, total. One of them was like all the way on the other side of the river. But I mean, this is it, dude. If I can't make it back, then that's a whole nother... What's that? That's a whole nother story, but... Come on, these shouldn't be the hardest type of enemies to deal with, but they kind of are because of the one-shot capability that the arrows do provide them, which I wish I had that. For whatever reason, that's a recurring theme, like just...
Time to end this little game.
Now, you just wait here, I guess, but then if he comes out here, then we're in trouble. So I don't know why I keep putting myself in this position. I almost hope that it just resets. Like, they can't really see me here because they don't have a line of sight on me, or maybe they somehow do. But I almost would just hope that it would just reset here. The other one seems to be nowhere to be found. This would at least be good because you could see whether he's approaching or not, but he's not. He's kind of just staying up there. Very complacent, kind of like me, how I'm down here. So let's do it again. This one's actually much more useful than that stupid one that's supposed to distract them that doesn't do that at all. I don't know exactly how it measures certain abilities like sneak. like only when you're in combat, but you could just keep doing that over and over, like not actually to do damage or kill somebody, but just to.
Time to end this.
How you detect me so easily there, man? The other guy's totally gonna get me across the water too, I bet. Wear that tail as a belt. I feel like I don't normally hear that one. You'll make a fine rug cat. For some reason, that one's always referenced or whatever. So now we just wait it out again. I didn't get a sneak attack the last time, though. I guess that was the problem with it. Or now he seems like he might be coming. What made him decide to suddenly do it there? Huh? I mean, whatever. We can go as far as we need to reset this clown, but we don't really want to fight him on equal footing here because his damage value is just too unrealistic. Right, and the one across the water is gonna dome me probably too. There's no way they should be able to see me from here, dude. It makes no sense. I don't like how it kind of turns the screen black for a sec, or like red for a second there, though, where you can't see anything. Now he's gonna go back up. I don't know how he got up so fast the last time. He went like all the way from halfway down the thing on the other side. See, like, look how slowly he's gonna march back now. It doesn't even necessarily mean that he'll see me here when I do that. That's the thing. That's the beauty of it. And don't get cocky just because you expect, oh, he's low. Just let it reset, do it again 100 times over. Or maybe as soon as you hit them, then they sometimes go faster. I don't know how some of this works. It's not like it's my first time ever playing a stealth thing, but you can never understand, especially in the overworld, how some of this shit actually works. It's actually a little better still in the overworld than I would have expected, but I guess I forgot how. Yeah, see, look at that. Whenever you hit them, they maybe go a lot faster. So there's one dude across the way, across the bridge. So that should be the final boss, but who knows? There'll be somebody else in there too. But you would think this Aura Whisper would be showing it, so. This is the main thing here. Finish this guy off and then figure out how hard the other guy's going to be to finish off. Or maybe I don't need to deal with him. Just in principle, I almost should. I love when they dodge you just on account of that. Like, they don't even detect you, but they kneel on their whatever because they're about to die. But we don't even get to loot the clown because we knock his bitch ass off. Now we would just need to figure out this last dude over here. So let's see if we can't hit him. And then we'll figure out what I want to do with him. Okay, he's got a decent amount of health, but it's not going to be like the end of the world. And in fact, doing it from that perch is so good because, you know, we're in such a safe spot here. He would have to do so much to get to us. And we still got eyes on him, so wait for it to reset. Although maybe I'm getting a little cocky, but he would have to cross the bridge and do quite a bit. Although maybe I'm kind of trapping myself too at the same time. I don't know. It's going to be very hard to actually hit him though still. It's possible that he'll do something very damaging to me here, but I doubt he would come like, well, I don't want to take a chance. Like, I doubt he would come all the way up here. Oh shit. Yeah, you can go stab me in the back, but don't shoot me in the back with a bow because that's what it's really gonna get me. Now I'm going to underestimate the amount of damage he's actually going to do. And that could really get me in trouble. Because what if he actually does one-shot me? That's exactly what happened before. it wasn't him, but it was some other chick, but it was probably like a different tier of enemy altogether. Wait, where does this red dot even go? I love this. Like, this would take literally the whole time. If I'm even lucky. He lost sight of me somehow. Now, as he makes his march back, I should try to get him. Fuck. Because it's a little annoying to get him when he's all the way across, but I guess that's just his patrol point. Like, real life NPC moment. Like, if you're a guard at a thing, like, oh, you stay on your post. Even if some crazy shit's happening, it's like, just do your job and don't worry about everybody else. Because then you don't want to be blamed like, oh, you know, the other people fucked up, but by trying to cover for them, you left your post, and then that got fucked up too. So just, you know, do what you're doing. Okay, but see, the beauty is he still doesn't see me despite that. And somehow he did come all the way over here last time, which was kind of comical. He went all the way across the bridge. He came all the way up here. He did all that shit. But this time he's kind of lazing around where he is. So let's just watch this. You can't do a matrix dodge if you don't even know what hits you. And that's not going to kill him. How come it does, though? I keep doubting that. Now, the big thing we have to do is come back to the college in a careful way. Because imagine if we die on the way back, which could very easily happen. And so I could easily put my stealth shit back on. Or there'll be like some trap that kills me here, watch. Or my little W bug, where it's been happening in a lot of games I'm playing for some reason. It's something with my computer, obviously, I don't know why. Like, I'll let go and it'll still keep walking for a second. You gotta be careful with that, whether it be on account of a trap or whether it be on account of just like falling off a cliff or something. Let's see. There should just be a chest with the book. These ones are kind of cool though, where you don't even go inside a dungeon to do it. You just kind of get it out in the wild. Brothers of Darkness. We should almost read the book too in celebration of that momentous epic event. So every year we get a one book special episode where we go through all this shit to get the book, and then we also relax and read it. But if I even was going to do that, oh shit, that might actually be a relevant upgrade, because that seemed to do more than, wait, what? Oh no, it's probably just scaling up with the fact that I'm using all this stuff that increases my bow's damage, which is not really something I should be wearing now. Let's say she tone it down, or you know what, just in principle, since we got here doing it, that's fine. So what I could do is this helps you sneak around in a way that even is, you don't actually have to sneak, but what you can do is just use this to see what's around, and then, you know, you'll know whether there's trouble coming up or not. Or it's almost like I should just use whirlwind sprint. So you actually did level up, although it didn't take much because you just got like one level of the sneak thing. So this trek back is going to be a little bit questionable. I don't know whether I should use whirlwind sprint or whether I should use this. Or whether I should just sneak. Because like if I die now on the way back, that's going to be spectacular. I feel like I should be fine if I just keep using Aura Whisper, but I don't know whether it'll cover enough radius here. Nothing should really catch me by surprise. I don't see anything in the distance there. Some kind of saber cat, some other crazy shit. There's somebody over there. But it doesn't really matter what it is, or it could just be some harmless little deer or something too. It won't even aggro. There's somebody over there, but I can't tell. That is like a saber cat, I think. And I don't have all of my sneak gear on now, so I won't be as effective. The thing is, you can't really run away from some of these things. Or it's like a bear. Bear versus saber cat. Who would win in real life or in or in the game? Why is he like randomly coming towards me, like as if he did detect me, even though he has no idea? That's why this is so good. So you can kind of run around the world like a clown, but then every once in a while just use this so you'll know whether there's actually something to worry about. Now, as we crouch our way all the... This almost shouldn't be necessary. Like, you should be allowed to fast travel back, which maybe I even did, like, last year in one of these other sessions. But at least I did the thing that I was supposed to do. But no, that should be an important component. I think I did that last year, the Way of Water technique. Like, and that was, like, right after I saw that movie, too. It was, like, December, right, of last year, I think. December 16th, and then obviously I did this the 25th, so I even used that as, like, a joking title.
Important deliveries to make.
Argonian learns the way of water on their way. Oh shit. Okay, that's just like a goat. That's how you know you're paranoid. It is like the symbol of the devil though, so that means something. Okay, we're hidden. I don't know what these things are. Be careful. We could use the map now. I mean, it's like we already did the thing, but it is quite a distance away. And we're going like kind of the wrong way towards it anyway. Will that even say Winterhold? It'll say Windhelm first. Or you should be able to use, you know, like a carriage or something. Because that's at least like an in-universe RP type of explanation for how you're traveling. Instead of just like magically fast traveling wherever you want. Sometimes staying on the path can be a double-edged sword because you don't know what you're getting into. Like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what this is. There's a lot of red dots. That's just like a goat or something. Most of this doesn't seem like too big of a threat. Is it a saber cat? Is it a fucking... I feel like we don't see wolves too much anymore. Like a bear or a saber cat would be a problem. Okay, that's another goat. Whatever. All we have to do is get back to the college triumphantly and not fucking die on the way. So we dealt with whatever we had to deal with, even as cheese and maybe bullshit as it actually kind of was. I feel like that should be fair to use the carriage or whatever. Right? But I still won't do it. It'll just take a while, but I mean, this is the way you flesh out the experience, right? I'm just so paranoid because of how insane some of that stuff was. Fucking ludicrous. Just by simply playing on Legendary. It's not like we're using any other add-ons or anything. I guess I'm sort of doing kind of a bunch of formats that maybe restrict certain, like I'm not using potions, or I'm not going to heal, or I'm using like a very specific set of abilities, but still. Yeah, at this pace, I'll be level 100 by the time I'm dead in real life, because it would take me, if I get an average of a level per year, which even that I wouldn't do, because I didn't get a level. I got like a level off a skill, like off sneak, which then put me over the top because I was almost level 65 anyway. And so therefore, you know what I mean? Like that would be the very slow pace at which I do this. Where am I now? Jesus Christ, man.
I'm on my way to Solitude to join the Legion. The United Empire is better for us.
Yeah, didn't ask, don't care. Why did you just volunteer that information to me? Applies to every NPC in every game ever, but that's what people do. They act like they know your best friend or something. Or like they are your best friend. Surely a random bear wouldn't just attack me on the path as I'm running like a clown through, but who knows? Audio always seems a little bit quiet actually in this game, even when it's maxed out. Whether it be on my end or it'll be even quieter on stream, but maybe I've been doing that too low. Like I always put it on like -25 or something. But it doesn't really have to be that crazy. Got to keep doing this, stay vigilant, but I must say I maybe wasn't the biggest fan of this playstyle, so I wouldn't do it next year anyway because I keep alternating. So I think in these 3 sessions, 2021 I played with magic. I think I could even look because I uploaded the video each time. Skyrim Christmas special every time. But 2022 I did like a tank, I think, as we saw even what I was using here at the beginning. And then here I did like a stealth / archer. So maybe next time I could do like I don't know. You maybe do the same thing again.
There's been word of some trouble nearby. I'm on my way to investigate. I probably shouldn't tell everyone who asks. This is important business, you know.
To save you a lot of trouble, tell me where you're going before someone gets hurt. Whatever you paid, I'll pay double, which is only like 100, dude.
If you really want to do my job for me, here, I'll mark the location on your map. Just make sure to take care of whatever's going on there. It's my name on the line.
Yeah, you trust a random total clown stranger to do it. And to let you take credit for it. Like, why? I guess whatever riches and spoils we might find there could make it worth our trouble, but... Yeah, this is like one of those rare single-player games that can be played like how I would play MMOs or something like that, where you can just play. It makes it feel like you could play it forever. Like, and even MMOs are still better in that regard. Like, you look at why people like those games so much. There's at least one psychological reason you can give that actually makes a lot of sense, which is it makes it feel like the world doesn't revolve around you. So it feels like, in other words, you could play it forever and there'd always still be something to do, or you could play it for like 5 minutes and you would still feel like you did something. So it makes it feel almost like real life, but in a good way, in the sense that I really should be allowed to do this. I'm gonna get killed going up the mountain and fucking... Yeah, like, why shouldn't I be able to use the chariot? Now I'm just being kind of anal for no reason. But just whatever. You know, it makes it feel like the world has a life of its own, which it kind of does, because of its, you know, player-driven economy and all these different things. But, you know, that's all very relevant to why people like them. So a single-player game doesn't always capture that same intent, you know, but still, when it's so big and it has so much depth to it, it can definitely take on that form. I never really liked Windhelm that much. It's kind of shitty. It looks kind of cool from the outside, but there's a lot of like internal strife between the races and everything. Now, this is always where you get in trouble, where you go off the path and you just kind of whatever. Although you're usually pretty safe in the water. And to die to a Horker over here. Don't give us like a big bandit showdown or something. Like, we had... See, it makes the combat too like that. Like, avoid combat all the way on the way here. And then as soon as you get to the objective, you do it. And have like an intense, insane showdown. Even though that way it was kind of stupid. How did I even do it in the other sessions? I'd have to look. Something about this made me doubt the whole veracity of it. Like... Uh-oh. Hey, what? I'm not trying to steal your fucking fox. I thought you were like a mercenary bounty hunter trying to come and kill me or something. Be like a random ice raid that kills me. Like, I should probably have my little whirlwind sprint thing on, but I'm somehow enjoying using this a little bit too much. Just wherever you see the red, just don't go there. Yeah, it's just like whenever a game can take on a life of its own, or whenever it can feel like you're somehow able to do it in a way that is just, you know, I don't know how to explain it. That's the best way I can say it. It's just a game that feels like you could play it forever and you'd still have stuff to do, which you might think, oh, why is that important? Because you're not necessarily going to play it that long, or, you know, you want to get through and beat it and get a sense of closure, which that's important to people too. Or it sort of broke the completionist in me, those kind of games, like you'll never be able to 100% it, so you just kind of give up trying to be a completionist overall. Or you still try to do it, but you kind of just can't do it. Oh shit. Now all these ghosts and stuff are gonna make me paranoid. So that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is just the fact that you're going to, or like there's two like little things to look at in terms of nature. Like if it's too quiet, that's actually scary, right? You'll hear some screams and howls or like whatever buzzing and hissing of nature. That's a good thing. When it's completely silent, that means there's a predator around and everybody else ran away. Or there's like this cool little RP thing, like you hear a scream in the distance, and it's like whether that's a predator or whether that's some prey being scared, either way you don't want to be around there, because it's like, you know, you'd feel like you know, that prey sounds so scary. I'd hate to see what its predator could be, or whatever. Even if it is the predator, I don't want to deal with that either, so fuck it. You got a little Yeti there, we don't need to fuck with it. Could be like a saber cat, bear, anything. I don't really want to mess with it. I mean, again, this is another ability that's maybe more suited for a dungeon type of experience. I don't want to fuck with them either, but I kind of want to go past there to get to the path. It's like a mage fighting his own Atronach or whatever. Like he created a power he could not control. The old classic tale of... It doesn't really tell you whether they're an enemy or not either. Like that could just be like a friendly NPC who happens, like a guard or something, who happens to be fighting something, but the main thing you're scared about here is like a saber cat or something. Like that could be one there. By my willingness to sneak, I don't know. The thing that throws you off is all these dinky little fucking foxes and goats and stuff. I mean, you'd think you should just be able to book it. No matter what comes after me here, it could be a dragon, could be whatever, we just run through. What kind of heroic fucking archmage are we that we sneak through and do it, but it feels necessary almost. There's no way we're gonna fail to deliver a book, dude. This is our fucking tradition. We do it the hard way. Permadeath, whatever, manual labor, movement, no fast travel, anything like that. That's the way it is, dude. In like fucking 4 hours or however long it took me to do it. But see, it's not the destination, it's the journey. But right now it is the destination. Let's make sure we don't die to something unexpected. Which there, oh shit, see, there could be something there, but you would have seen it if there was. Only thing they could do it to me is like a saber cat right now. Not to challenge the other forces of nature. Makes it look a lot closer than what it actually is. We still got a ways to go. Yeah, or those games would sometimes take on the form of stuff that people do in the background, like you're playing WoW and you're watching a movie, or you're playing, you know, any kind of MMO and you're listening to music and stuff like that. Like I would do that even too. So it'd be like, am I playing the game so I can do that, or am I doing that so I can play the game? So you're kind of enjoying both. I watched so many movies, literally thousands of movies probably, over the course of time that I played WoW and stuff like that, just in the background, and it was always so fun because you could or whatever, like TV shows, movies, whatever. You know, TV's in the background. You're just kind of so you're not really watching that, which I kind of consider a negative thing, because I always feel that you should do it in such a way that you're really paying attention if you're going to really appreciate it, as somebody who's like, whatever, used to be a critic and stuff. But you don't always have to do it that way. It's just you're not really appreciating the game because you're distracted by something else, and you're not really appreciating the movie or whatever because you're distracted by the game. For fuck's sake. Like, look how meaningful that makes it, though, dude. Even more than I would have expected, because I was just not expecting the level of insanity that we dealt with. You avoid everything along the way, and then once you do that, and before a dragon swoops down and one-shots me, you ignore... Yeah, I don't know what the bounty was even about, but I guess the college doesn't give a shit about that. And the guards here aren't really too present or active, so I don't know how that happened, but it might have just been like a crouch next to the chicken, and my armor, my ebony armor, did the AoE damage that it does when you do that. And so therefore I didn't choose to really have that happen, but there's no on-off switch for that fucking thing. It just always does it, I think. Yeah, you can't really piss off the college people, it doesn't seem like, because they don't care about the bounty or whatever.
The sands are cold, but Khajiit feels warmness from your presence. Jazargo had expected to be named Archmage, but there is still time.
What, like you're gonna kill me and take my place? Did you ever hear the tragedy of the Archmage the Wise? Like, what the fuck is this? There's still time. I'm the Archmage, dude. You better respect it. There won't be time. I'll kick you out of here as my most prominent competition. You shouldn't say that to the authority figure, that, oh, there's still time for me to take your place, even though you just got it. Even though in lore, like, you would have just gotten it. Like, it depends how long you've been playing the game.
Mage or not, my rules about books still stand. Looks like you're still in one piece. And more importantly, so is the book. Thank you.
Holy shit, dude. Now, how long would it take for me to do another one? That's the beauty of it. You can just do 1,000,000 times over. I'm kind of intrigued by this. You need a key to open it, but shouldn't I have the key as the Archmage? I don't get it. Or even if I was to try to steal it from him. Since I'm in such a stealthy mood. That's almost a curiosity I want to solve. Like, we did what I had to do. So I don't even care. But, like, what if I try to fucking... I'm hidden. I just want to see whether some of these books are the ones that I'm actually getting or what. Or whether you can ever open some of those. Like, I almost want to try to pickpocket this dude. Despite all the good work I've done for him. I doubt he would even notice. Opponents to get too close, but nobody says he's an opponent. The problem is there's always some other nosy person around here. Like that other chick will see me. Fuck. I don't get it, dude. Why don't you show me some of the books that I worked so hard to get? Quite an impressive library. You take your work very seriously. I found more Shaldor's work.
A mage is only as good as what he knows. I try to make sure as much knowledge is available as possible. We've been keeping this collection since the Second Era. Books have come and gone during that time, but it's mostly intact.
Come and gone. What, like somebody checks one out and they never give it back? That's truly the greatest evil in this universe. Detected. Like, okay, hidden. Fuck, there's gotta be a way to get that key. He's already caught you, but I'm the Archmage, so I'm allotted that privilege. What are you gonna do? There's no law and order here. I am the law.
Restoration is a perfectly valid school of magic, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Archmage, my rules about books still stand.
Shut up. How has he already caught me, dude? It says I'm hidden. Fuck. Like, what would be the right angle to do this? You'd have to get him in some way that he wouldn't expect, or... I just want to see if he has the fucking key. After all this time waiting and doing the library stuff, we deserve some sort of a special thing. I don't know. It says hidden. It doesn't mean that you're detected. Hidden. Or maybe he's caught me like in this instant, so I have to go out and come back in, and he'll forget all about it. You gotta wait till like he's sleeping in bed or something, which it almost feels like he doesn't do. He's like me, he's just always active and about, even though I was just RPing as if I was in hibernation for like a year at a time. It doesn't seem like this. Oh yeah, here we go. He's in like a different spot, but I don't know what good that's really gonna do. I mean, come on, you should. He's coughing as if to announce that he knows I'm here. Fucking how though? What is this guy's fucking pattern? If I don't do it now, I'll have to wait another year before I can see this too. I've always been so curious about this key thing. There's gotta be a way to do it. Or it's like some special thing, after you do 1,000 of them, you get the key. Maybe you just can't pickpocket him, I don't know. Or yeah, you'd have to wait for a special time that he would actually be asleep or something. He doesn't seem to be super bothered by it.
Archmage or not, my rules about books still stand.
Fucker. Like, why can't I gaze upon my beautiful collection that I've done? That must be how you would theoretically do it. I just don't know how you actually... Nobody really seems to care either. Kleptomaniac Archmage over here. Like, how long would I have to wait before I... It says hidden. If it says hidden, you should be fine. But now it's saying you're not. But how has he caught me, dude? How does he know? Fucking... They wouldn't put this here unless... Right, there was a way to get the key. I don't want to like attack him or something, but he doesn't seem to mind that. I guess you just have to wait till he's like sleeping in his bed or something. So we'll mull over that mystery for the next year before we come back to play this. I feel like, yeah, I never see him in bed. Even when you go in like all the quarters and stuff where people normally sleep. We got a couple skill ups with that. Actually, I'm a level up in the bag too, but I'll just leave it even. I don't care. So yeah, that was a fun session, even though maybe this playstyle shocked me a little more than it even normally would. Yeah, we saved it kind of just as we were leaving, but, you know, once you're out in the field, you have to redo it every time. So a simple single quest like that is enough to satisfy such a high standard of gameplay here. Incredible.